Some people believe Rh-negative blood is just a rare genetic trait. Others believe it may be a surviving clue from an ancient past, tied to mysterious bloodlines, hidden ancestry, and secrets history never fully explained. Why is it so rare? Why does it appear more often in certain populations? And why has it inspired so many strange theories for so long? Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you enjoy history, mystery, and the unexplained. Because this story begins in modern science and quickly leads into something much darker, older, and far more mysterious. The mystery begins in the quietest possible place, not in a ruined temple or a buried city, but in a hospital ward, in a glass vial, in a few unseen molecules moving across the surface of human blood. A nurse hangs a transfusion bag. A laboratory technician checks a chart. A pregnant woman is told her blood type includes a detail she's never thought about before. A plus or a minus that seems almost trivial until someone lowers their voice and explains that this little symbol can matter. Outside the room, the world continues as usual. Traffic moves, phones vibrate, rain gathers on windows. Yet inside that clinical stillness sits one of the strangest modern mysteries to cling to the human body. Why do some people carry Rh-negative blood at all? And why has that tiny difference attracted such a dense fog of stories about ancient bloodlines, vanished ancestors, hidden inheritance, and secrets that seem older than science itself? For most of human history, blood is not a genetic code to be analyzed. It is life in its most immediate form. It spills in war, marks sacrifice, sanctifies kingship, seals family, and vanishes with terrifying speed from wounded bodies. Civilizations everywhere treat it as more than tissue. It is lineage, danger, purity, contamination, destiny. Long before laboratories begin sorting red cells into categories, people are already building entire systems of meaning around inheritance and descent. Nobility guards its marriages. Dynasties obsess over succession. Priesthoods trace sacred lines backward through generations real or imagined. Whole societies organize themselves around the idea that something invisible passes from parent to child, conferring strength, legitimacy, curse, or divine favor. They do not know about antigens. They do not know about chromosomes, but they know, with the blunt certainty of experience, that families carry something forward. They know traits cluster. They know some lineages thrive, some fail, and some seem shadowed by oddities no one can explain. Into that ancient human instinct, modern medicine inserts a small and unsettling refinement. Not all blood is the same. Some blood can save, some can kill, some, under the wrong conditions, becomes dangerous inside the body of another human being. Then comes the little minus sign, attached to a minority of people, and suddenly rarity begins to feel loaded with meaning. A rare thing never stays merely rare for long. Human imagination refuses to leave it alone. It turns scarcity into significance. It turns anomaly into evidence. It turns an absence on the surface of a blood cell into whispers of hidden origin. That is how Rh-negative blood enters the modern imagination, partly through science, partly through fear, and partly through the oldest human habit of all, which is the urge to believe that what is uncommon must also be important. In ordinary biological terms, Rh-negative simply describes the absence of a particular antigen, most importantly the D antigen, on the surface of red blood cells. But the plainness of that explanation has never fully satisfied the cultural appetite that formed around it. Because once a trait is rare, once it clusters more strongly in some populations than others, once it affects pregnancy in ways that feel intimate and alarming, once it can be mapped across family lines and regions and historical populations, it stops feeling like a dry medical detail. It begins to feel like a clue. And clues, once scattered into the public imagination, do not remain in the hands of scientists alone. They move outward. They gather legend. They are picked up by people searching for ancestry, by mystics looking for ancient patterns, by conspiracy writers building private systems of hidden descent, by internet communities trying to make sense of their own bodies through grander narratives than modern biology usually offers. Rh negative blood becomes attached over time to claims that range from merely romantic to outright bizarre. It is linked to lost tribes, to royal lines, to pre-human ancestry, to Atlantis, to extraterrestrials, to fallen angels, to beings not entirely at home in the human story. None of these explanations rests on reliable scientific evidence. Many are openly unsupported, and yet they persist, not because the data demands them, but because the mystery invites them. That invitation begins with the simple emotional fact. Most people do not experience their biology as a chart of probabilities. They experience it as identity. They want to know what their body means. They want the peculiar detail in their family history to connect to something larger than accident. A rare blood type feels personal in a way that many genetic markers do not. It is small enough to grasp, clear enough to label, and strange enough to provoke curiosity. It is not hidden in a sequencing database or buried in statistical models. It appears plainly on medical paperwork. It becomes part of how someone is described. O positive, a B negative, B positive. The words are simple, memorable, almost emblematic. They invite narrative. Once Rh negative enters that language, it begins to sound less like a medical classification and more like a sign. There is another reason the subject refuses to stay quiet. The real medical history behind Rh negative blood is not abstract. It carries genuine human drama. Before treatments and preventive medicine reduce the danger, incompatibility between a pregnant woman and her fetus can lead to tragedy. A woman's body can, under specific conditions, produce antibodies that attack fetal red blood cells in later pregnancies. For generations, this appears mysterious, cruel, and deeply personal. Healthy mothers lose babies or watch newborns become desperately ill without understanding why. Doctors struggle. Families construct explanations from grief. In such a landscape, a blood trait does not feel like neutral science. It feels like fate moving invisibly through the bloodstream. Even after science clarifies the mechanism, the emotional shadow remains. The evidence remains incomplete in the older historical record, but what survives in medical accounts suggests that Rh incompatibility helped give this rare trait an aura of danger long before popular mythology inflated it into something cosmic. So the stage is set for a modern mystery with ancient emotional roots. On one side stands mainstream science, careful, cumulative, often unspectacular in tone. It explains the Rh system through inheritance, mutation, population history, and reproductive immunology. It does not require lost civilizations or celestial ancestors. It does not need noble bloodlines protected through secret marriage. On the other side stands the vast storytelling machinery of human culture, which has always preferred a hidden chamber to an open hallway, a buried kingdom to a gradual process, a bloodline to a population model. Between them lies Rh negative blood, small in scale, immense in symbolic weight. To understand why this happened, it helps to widen the lens. Human beings are unusually good at finding mythic patterns in biological variation. A slight difference in eye shape, a family disease, a rare hair color, an isolated population, an inherited trait appearing and disappearing across generations. All of these can become seeds for explanations much larger than themselves. History is full of communities who interpret visible difference through cosmology or social hierarchy. Some are marked as chosen, some cursed, some elevated, some feared. In older worlds, where mechanisms are obscure and inheritance feels almost magical, the temptation is powerful. But it does not vanish in the age of science. It simply dresses differently. The language shifts from spirits to genes, from omen to mutation, from sacred descent to ancestry. But the hunger beneath it remains surprisingly constant. That hunger grows sharper whenever the record contains gaps, and the human record is full of gaps. Migrations vanish into prehistory. Whole populations leave only fragments of bone, tools, and DNA. Dynasties invent genealogies. Myths are retrofitted as history. Ancient rulers claim descent from gods. Later believers claim descent from those rulers. Somewhere inside all of this, real biological inheritance continues its quiet work, indifferent to the stories built around it. Genes move with conquest, marriage, isolation, famine, survival, and chance. A rare trait can become more common in one region, not because it marks a supernatural lineage, but because small populations drift, because ancestors survive bottlenecks, because patterns of marriage hold certain variants in place across centuries. No single explanation fully accounts for every detail in the modern distribution, and scholars still debate aspects of population history. But the broader scientific framework is clear enough to dissolve many of the grander claims. Clear, however, does not always mean emotionally satisfying. This is where the Rh negative mystery becomes especially revealing, not only as a question about blood, but as a question about us. Why do people keep returning to the idea that this trait must point to something hidden? Why do stories about ancient bloodlines gain such traction around a medical classification? Why do unsupported claims survive even when better evidence exists? Part of the answer is that blood still carries a symbolic charge that science never removed. It remains the language of family, race, nation, sacrifice, inheritance, and belonging. Even now, people speak of bloodlines as though history itself flows through veins in neat, unbroken streams. It does not. Human ancestry is tangled, mixed, interrupted, reassembled. But blood, as a metaphor, resists that complexity. It suggests continuity. It promises origin. It offers a clean thread through a chaotic human past. And Rh negative, with its built-in rarity, sharpens that promise. A plus sign is ordinary. A minus sign looks like absence, and absence has a peculiar power over the imagination. It hints that something is missing, or perhaps that something older remains, stripped down to a more original state. This is not how genetics works in any poetic sense, but poetry has never waited for permission from biology. People see a missing antigen and begin to wonder whether it marks a survivor from some vanished branch, an ancient people folded into later populations, or a line set apart from the majority by more than chance. The leap from rarity to mystery is fast. The leap from mystery to destiny is faster. The strange thing is that the scientific story, when told properly, is not dull at all. It leads into the history of transfusion medicine, into the brutal uncertainty of early obstetrics, into the movement of peoples across Europe, Africa, Asia, and the ancient Near East, into the mathematics of inheritance, into the anatomy of red blood cells, into the quiet yet profound consequences of one immune system recognizing another body as different. It also leads into the modern world of genealogy forums, pseudoscientific speculation, viral videos, and the endless circulation of old myths through new technology. The path winds between laboratories and legends, between careful evidence and deeply human longing. It moves through regions where Rh-negative blood is more common, through episodes of loss and misunderstanding in medicine, through claims of royal descent and secret ancestry, through unsupported theories that persist because they offer identity packaged as revelation. All of that lies ahead. But before the subject becomes crowded with claims, counterclaims, and online mythology, it helps to remain for a moment with the original unease, a tiny marker in the blood, a trait carried by a minority, real medical consequences, uneven global distribution, a history entangled with childbirth, inheritance, and hidden biological difference. That is enough, by itself, to generate a mystery atmosphere around the subject, even before the wilder stories arrive. It does not require the supernatural. It does not require ancient visitors or lost empires. It requires only the human tendency to stare at something small and rare and begin building vast architecture around it. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, because the story of Rh-negative blood is not really about a magical substance moving through secret families. It is about how science uncovers one layer of reality, while human imagination immediately begins adding another. It is about how a medical discovery collides with old ideas of descent and difference. It is about the uneasy border where evidence ends, where the record thins out, and where storytelling rushes in to fill the dark. In that borderland, a minus sign becomes an inheritance becomes a clue, and a clue, passed from hand to hand across decades of fear, fascination, and speculation, becomes the beginning of a legend that still has not loosened its grip. The modern story begins not with mystery writers or bloodline legends, but with confusion, failure, and a string of medical puzzles that refuse to behave. In the 19th century, physicians already know that blood matters in some profound way. They see patients die from blood loss. They understand that transfusion might save lives, but they do not yet understand why some transfusions seem to work while others end in fever, shock, dark urine, kidney failure, or sudden death. The procedure itself remains crude, sometimes desperate, often experimental. Blood passes from one body to another as though it should be a simple transfer of life. Yet again and again the results are unpredictable. Some patients recover, others collapse. The same red fluid that symbolizes healing can, under the wrong conditions, become lethal. Something invisible is happening, and for decades no one can fully explain it. That uncertainty gives blood a double meaning in modern medicine. It is both remedy and threat. Doctors know enough to see its power, but not enough to control it. Early attempts at transfusion often operate in a space halfway between scientific procedure and medical gamble. The evidence remains incomplete in many individual cases, because record-keeping is inconsistent and biological mechanisms remain obscure. But what survives in the medical literature suggests a pattern of recurring disaster. The wrong blood, given to the wrong person, can set off a violent reaction. Yet because the underlying differences are not visible to the eye, blood still appears uniform. One dark red liquid looks much like another. The danger hides at a scale no physician can yet see. Then, at the turn of the 20th century, one of the great clarifying moments in medical history arrives. In 1900, the Austrian physician Karl Landsteiner begins identifying the system that will eventually be known as the ABO blood groups. By mixing blood samples and observing how red cells clump together, he shows that human blood is not a single interchangeable substance, but a set of biologically distinct categories. Some combinations are compatible, some are not. The deadly unpredictability of transfusion is no longer pure mystery. It has structure. Blood can be typed. Risk can be anticipated. A hidden order begins to emerge from what once looked like chaos. This discovery is transformative, though not in a single dramatic instant. The old problem does not disappear overnight. Clinical practice changes unevenly. Techniques improve gradually. But the principle is revolutionary. Blood carries specific markers, and the immune system responds differently depending on which markers are present. Transfusion medicine moves, for the first time, towards something like reliability. More lives can be saved because blood is no longer treated as universally equivalent. The laboratory starts to tame what once felt almost mystical. And yet the story does not settle there. Even after ABO typing becomes established, some transfusions still go wrong, some pregnancies still end in baffling tragedy. Some newborns develop severe jaundice or anemia for reasons doctors cannot fully account for. The first great layer of the puzzle has been solved, but another still lies beneath it. Science has opened one door and found, beyond it, a second locked room. To understand why that second room matters so much, it helps to picture the medical world of the early 20th century. Laboratories are growing more sophisticated, but immunology is still a young science. Researchers are learning that the human body is not passive. It recognizes, it distinguishes, it attacks what it reads as foreign. Blood, once imagined in largely mechanical terms, is now becoming part of a larger and stranger story about identity at the cellular level. The body does not simply contain blood. It classifies it. It reacts to it. It draws invisible boundaries between self and not self. That realization changes medicine, but it also deepens the mystery, because every answer seems to reveal more complexity. Landsteiner himself remains at the center of this unfolding transformation. His work on blood groups earns enormous recognition, and with good reason. He has helped turn transfusion from guesswork into science. But his career also reflects something broader about this period. The great medical advances are often driven not by grand theory alone, but by stubborn attention to anomalies, a reaction that should not happen, a patient who does not fit the expected pattern, a sample that clumps in the wrong way. Science advances because someone notices what refuses to stay ordinary. By the 1930s and early 1940s, that habit of noticing leads to another major breakthrough. Landsteiner, working with Alexander Wiener and others, investigates another blood factor that seems to explain some of the remaining incompatibilities. In laboratory studies involving blood from rhesus monkeys and human samples, researchers identify an antigen system that becomes associated with the term Rh. The naming history is more complicated than popular summaries often suggest, and later scientific refinements will separate the exact human Rh system from the earlier animal experiments more carefully than the original label implies. Scholars still debate how much the simplified public story obscures the scientific nuance, but the broad result is unmistakable beyond ABO. There exists another biologically important blood classification, one capable of affecting transfusions and pregnancy in profound ways. This is the moment when the tiny plus and minus signs that now appear so casually on medical forms begin to take shape. A person may carry the Rh factor, especially the D antigen, and be labelled Rh positive, or they may lack it and be labelled Rh negative. In practical terms, the distinction matters because the immune system of an Rh negative person can react to Rh positive red blood cells under certain conditions. That reaction may not happen immediately the first time the body's exposed, but once sensitized, the immune system can remember, and biological memory is where the story turns from laboratory discovery to human drama. Because blood grouping is not only about transfusion bags and test tubes, it enters the most intimate part of human life reproduction. A woman who is Rh negative and carries an Rh positive fetus can, in some cases, become exposed to fetal red blood cells. Her immune system may then begin producing antibodies against the Rh factor. In a later pregnancy with another Rh positive fetus, those antibodies can cross the placenta and destroy fetal red blood cells. The result can be severe anemia, jaundice, brain injury, heart failure, stillbirth, or neonatal death. Today, with preventive treatment, the risk is greatly reduced in many parts of the world, but before the mechanism is understood and prevention becomes standard, the consequences are often devastating. Families endure repeated loss without knowing that a microscopic incompatibility is quietly shaping the outcome. That is one reason the Rh factor never remains a dry technical classification. It enters family memory through grief. It becomes associated with babies who do not survive, mothers who are told vague and unsatisfying explanations, pregnancies shadowed by dread, doctors searching for causes they cannot yet fully control. Even after science identifies the mechanism, the cultural residue of that danger lingers. A trait with real reproductive consequences easily acquires symbolic weight. It can feel cursed, or special, or marked, depending on the story built around it. The same biological fact that helps save lives in the clinic also feeds the public imagination outside it. What makes this period especially important is that blood is no longer just a metaphor for lineage. It is becoming measurable lineage. The body is being read in a new way. Instead of speaking only of noble descent, family resemblance, or inherited temperament, modern science offers specific markers that can be traced, classified, and compared across individuals and populations. Blood typing becomes part of legal disputes, anthropological research, military medicine, and public health. It carries a strange authority because it seems at once intimate and objective. Unlike legends of descent, it comes stamped with laboratory credibility. Yet that credibility can be misleading in the public imagination. Once blood groups become visible as categories, many people begin to treat them as though they reveal more about human identity than they actually do. This is not unique to it. The 20th century repeatedly shows how biological classifications can drift beyond their proper limits. Blood groups become entangled with older obsessions about race, ancestry, hierarchy, and purity. In some contexts, researchers use them cautiously to study population history. In others, public culture inflates them into signs of temperament, destiny, or civilizational origin. The scientific findings are real, but the meanings attached to them are often exaggerated or distorted. Rh negative blood will eventually travel down that same road with unusual force. Part of the reason is timing. The discovery of the Rh factor emerges in an era already obsessed with categorization. States count people, armies classify them, bureaucracies sort them, eugenic ideas circulate widely in Europe and North America. Anthropologists, doctors, and political ideologues all take interest in inherited traits, though not for the same reasons and not with the same methods. In such a world, a blood factor is never just medical. It can be recruited into larger narratives about human difference. Most of those narratives are far more confident than the evidence deserves. No single explanation fully accounts for how quickly scientific categories become cultural myths, but the pattern is unmistakable. Once the Rh factor is named, it begins a life beyond the laboratory. It also helps that the terminology itself is simple: positive and negative, presence and absence, a plus and a minus. These are easy symbols to remember, easy to print, easy to imagine as signs rather than descriptions. Scientific language often resists storytelling because it is too technical, too provisional, too crowded with caveats. Rh typing does not have that problem. It arrives in a form that feels almost allegorical. One group has something, another does not. Already the mind wants to know what that means. Already it begins leaning toward metaphor. Yet in the scientific context, the meaning is precise. The Rh system is one of the most complex blood group systems known, involving multiple related antigens and genes, especially the Rhd and Rhce genes. The popular shorthand of positive and negative refers mostly to the presence or absence of the D antigen, which is clinically the most significant. But even here, the story is more complicated than public discourse usually allows. There are weak expressions, variant forms, and different patterns across populations. The biology does not fit cleanly into mystical binaries. What survives in the research suggests a layered and evolving picture, one refined over decades as techniques improve and genetic understanding deepens. The broad classification remains useful, but the underlying system is far richer than the legend that later grows around it. By the mid-20th century, however, the practical importance of the Rh factor is beyond doubt. Blood banks must account for it. Obstetric care must account for it. Physicians begin developing better tests, better protocols, better understanding of hemolytic disease in newborns. Eventually, preventive treatments such as Rh immune globulin will change countless outcomes, reducing a once terrible risk to something manageable in many healthcare systems. That success is one of the quiet triumphs of modern medicine. It saves lives not through drama, but through screening, timing, and precise intervention. The public rarely lingers over such victories for long. They are too orderly, too effective, too unlike myth. And myth is waiting. Even as the Rh factor becomes better understood medically, its rarity among some populations begins drawing wider attention. People notice that Rh-negative blood is less common globally and more concentrated in certain regions. They notice that it runs in families. They notice that it can complicate pregnancy in ways that feel oddly intimate and profound. The ingredients for fascination are already in place: a scientifically real marker, uneven distribution, reproductive consequences, a label simple enough to circulate widely. From there, it is not hard to see how a medical category becomes a social curiosity, then a personal identity marker, and finally, in some circles, the cornerstone of elaborate alternative histories. But before any of that happens, the discovery itself deserves to be seen for what it is: one more step in the long human attempt to understand what blood really carries. Not essence in the mystical sense, not noble destiny, not secret power, but information, compatibility, risk, memory, the body's ability to distinguish its own cells from another's. In that discovery there is something almost humbling. Blood does not reveal a hidden aristocracy within the species. It reveals how finely tuned and precarious human biology actually is. A life can depend on whether the right cells meet the right immune system at the right time. A pregnancy can hinge on a microscopic difference no one can feel. The old symbolic weight of blood never disappears, but science changes its direction. It takes blood down from the altar and places it under a microscope. It turns sacred fluid into typed sample, mystery into mechanism, lineage into antigen. And yet, because the subject touches inheritance, family, survival, and loss, the old aura remains stubbornly alive. The discovery of blood groups does not kill the mythic imagination. It gives it new material. That is the paradox at the heart of this story. The more medicine learns about blood, the more blood seems capable of carrying meaning beyond medicine. Every clarification closes one door and opens another. The ABO system explains why transfusions fail. The Rh factor explains why some pregnancies turn tragic, but explanation does not end fascination. It intensifies it, because now the mystery is no longer invisible chaos. It has a name, a symbol, a category, a sign people can carry with them on paper and in memory. And once a mystery can be labelled, it becomes much easier to turn into a legend. By the time the little plus and minus signs become familiar on medical forms, the mystery has already begun to drift away from the laboratory and the public imagination. But to understand what Rh-negative blood actually is, it helps to slow down and remain with the biology itself. Because this is where the story becomes both less mystical and, in its own way, more remarkable. The difference does not involve strange glowing particles in the blood or some hidden substance flowing through certain families. It is not a separate species marker. It is not evidence of non-human ancestry. It is a feature of the surface of red blood cells. A matter of whether a particular antigen, most importantly the D antigen in the Rh blood group system, is present or absent. That is the plain scientific core of the subject. Yet even that plainness conceals an elegant and slightly unsettling reality. Human blood is not just red fluid carrying oxygen. It is also a coded biological surface, covered in markers the immune system reads with extraordinary sensitivity. Red blood cells, when imagined casually, seem simple enough. They are tiny discs, packed with hemoglobin, moving through vessels, delivering oxygen, carrying carbon dioxide away, sustaining tissues without attracting much thought. But on their outer membranes sit proteins and structures that function like identification signals. These markers are not there to tell stories about ancient bloodlines. They are products of genetics and evolution, shaped by mutation, inheritance, and the ordinary mess of human population history. The ABO blood groups are one famous example. The Rh system is another, and in many ways a more complicated one. What matters for the popular distinction between Rh positive and Rh negative is usually the presence or absence of one specific antigen, Rhd. If Rhd is present on the red blood cells, a person is generally described as Rh positive. If it is absent, that person is described as Ra negative. On paper, this sounds almost too simple. And that simplicity is part of why the term has spread so easily beyond medicine. It feels binary, almost symbolic. But the underlying genetics is not always so neat. The Rh system involves multiple genes and antigen variants, particularly the Rhd and Rce genes. Different populations carry different patterns. Some people express weakened versions of antigens. Some have partial forms that complicate classification. Some cases that look straightforward at first become more nuanced under closer testing. Scholars still debate certain details in population-level interpretation, and the evidence remains incomplete in some regional genetic histories. but the broad structure is clear enough. The common public label refers mainly to whether the D antigen is functionally there. What gives this small difference such importance is not that it changes a person's intelligence, personality, spirituality, or hidden destiny. It does none of those things. The D antigen does not confer mysterious mental powers. It does not make someone more evolved, less evolved, chosen, cursed, or biologically set apart in any grand civilizational sense. What it changes is compatibility. It affects how one immune system may react to another person's red blood cells, or to fetal red blood cells during pregnancy. It matters in medicine because the immune system is exacting and sometimes unforgiving. It is built to recognize difference at scales invisible to ordinary perception. What seems minor to the human eye can be decisive at the cellular level. This is one of the great lessons of modern biology. The body is not governed only by size or obvious form. Tiny molecular variations can matter enormously. A person can feel perfectly healthy, live an ordinary life, and never suspect that one missing antigen on their red blood cells could become important only in a hospital, during trauma, surgery, transfusion, or pregnancy. Rh-negative blood is unusual not because it creates a daily visible difference in the person carrying it, but because its significance appears under conditions of contact. Its meaning emerges in relationship, one blood type meeting another, one immune system encountering unfamiliar cells, one mother carrying a fetus whose blood profile differs from her own. The drama is not in the isolated body, but in the biological encounter between bodies. That distinction helps separate fact from the mythology that later grows around the subject. Much of the public fascination with Rh-negative blood depends on treating it as though it were a positive essence, some special substance possessed by a minority. In reality, the widely known definition rests on absence. It is not that Rh-negative people carry an exotic addition. It is that they lack a specific antigen that most people have. This sounds paradoxical at first, because absence should feel less dramatic than presence. But absence has always had a peculiar imaginative charge. In science, it is a classification. In culture, it easily becomes a symbol. A missing marker can be mistaken for hidden depth. People begin to wonder whether lacking something common means preserving something older, purer, or stranger. The leap is understandable. It is also unsupported. Genetically, the RhD negative condition often reflects deletion or alteration of the RhD gene, though the exact mechanisms vary across populations. In many Europeans, Rh negativity is commonly associated with deletion of the RhD gene. In some African populations and elsewhere, different genetic arrangements may produce similar phenotypic outcomes or more complex serological patterns. No single explanation fully accounts for all global variation, because human population history is complicated and the Rh system itself is not uniform in every region. What survives in the research suggests a landscape of multiple, evolutionary and historical pathways rather than one dramatic point of origin. This is important, because one of the recurring mistakes in fringe theories is the urge to imagine a single source, one ancient people, one lost civilization, one secret bloodline from which Rh-negative blood supposedly descends. The genetics does not point that way. It points instead toward inheritance, mutation, drift, and population structure unfolding over long spans of time. Even so, the public hunger for a single origin story is easy to understand. Humans like beginnings that can be narrated cleanly. We prefer a founder, a migration, a hidden ancestor, a dramatic split. Genetics often refuses that kind of elegance. Traits spread and persist through overlapping processes. A rare variant may survive because carriers happen, by chance, to leave more descendants in one place than another. Population bottlenecks can amplify uncommon traits. Relative isolation can preserve them. Marriage patterns can reinforce them. Migrations can scatter them and reassemble them in new contexts. By the time the present is reached, the original pathways may be impossible to reconstruct in neat detail. The record thins. Ancient DNA fills some gaps, but not all. Scientists can model probabilities, they can compare frequencies, they can infer broad historical movement. But ancestry at the level of one blood trait rarely unfolds like a mythic genealogy. The biology becomes even more interesting when the immune system enters the story. An Rh-negative person does not automatically produce antibodies against Rh-positive blood. The immune response usually requires exposure. In transfusion medicine, that exposure might happen if an Rh-negative individual receives Rh-positive red blood cells. In pregnancy, it may happen if fetal red blood cells enter the maternal bloodstream, especially around childbirth, miscarriage, trauma, or certain medical procedures. Once sensitization occurs, the immune system can remember the Rhd antigen as foreign and produce antibodies against it. That is the crucial step. The body learns, and once it has learned, later encounters can become dangerous. There is something almost eerie about this if it is described in human terms, though the mechanism itself is ordinary immunology. The body carries a memory of contact. It records the foreign marker and waits. Then, under the wrong conditions, it responds with destructive precision. This is not malice or mystery. It is the immune system doing exactly what it evolved to do. Yet because the setting may involve pregnancy and newborn life, the emotional impact is immense. A mother's immune system can threaten a future fetus not because her body is flawed, but because it has been educated by a previous exposure. That fact gave the Rh factor much of its historical emotional force. Before preventive medicine, it could seem as though the body itself had turned against its own continuity. In older generations especially, this helped transform a technical blood trait into something that felt intimate, fateful, almost haunted. The strange cultural afterlife of Rh-negative blood depends partly on that emotional history. A purely theoretical marker rarely captures public fascination for long, but one connected to childbirth, inheritance, and tragedy has a different gravity. People do not experience it as a line in a genetics chart. They encounter it in family stories, in difficult pregnancies, in explanations given after loss, in warnings during prenatal care. That is one reason Rh-negative blood has remained so symbolically charged. It touches the place where biology and family meet, and that place has always been fertile ground for myth. There is also the matter of frequency. Globally, most people are Rh positive. Rh negative status is a minority trait, though the percentage varies significantly by region and ancestry. In many populations it is relatively uncommon, and in some European groups it is much more frequent than the global average. This unevenness matters because the human mind is extremely sensitive to patterns of rarity. Once people learn that a trait is not evenly distributed, they start asking why. Why more here than there? Why in this cluster and not that one? Why in some families repeatedly? These are reasonable questions. Science answers them through demography, genetics, and history. Popular mythology often answers them through hidden descent and ancient secrets. The first answer is slower and more complex. The second is faster and more emotionally satisfying. Yet the scientific answer, when traced carefully, carries its own beauty. The Arc factor is one reminder that the human species is both unified and intricately varied. All modern humans belong to the same species, share deep common ancestry, and are profoundly mixed across time. But within that unity, countless small differences persist. Some matter medically. Most do not carry larger social meaning unless humans decide to load them with it. The Rh system belongs to that world of fine-grained variation. It is part of the ordinary texture of being human, not evidence of a hidden caste. It tells us that biological identity is real, but also that it is far more specific, local, and limited than myths of bloodline usually imagine. A lesser-known detail, often lost in public discussion, is just how many blood group systems exist beyond ABO and Rh. There are dozens of recognized blood group systems, involving many antigens and genetic patterns. Most people outside medicine never hear of them because they do not enter everyday discourse in the same way. That alone helps explain why Rh becomes so culturally oversized. It is clinically important, easy to label, and simple enough to circulate. Other blood group complexities remain tucked away in specialist knowledge. Rh escapes into public symbolism because it sits at the intersection of medical significance and narrative convenience. It can be reduced to a sign anyone can remember. That reduction comes with a cost. Once Rh negative becomes a kind of identity badge, it is tempting to attach other traits to it: unusual intuition, sleep patterns, temperature sensitivity, psychic tendencies, resistance to illness, emotional intensity. Lists of supposed Rh negative characteristics circulate widely, especially online. Some are vague enough to fit almost anyone. Some contradict each other. None rests on strong scientific evidence. This is a classic pattern in the making of modern folklore. A real biological classification becomes a magnet for self-description. People gather around the label, compare experiences, and begin building a shared mythology out of anecdote. The process feels convincing from the inside because human beings are excellent at noticing confirming details and poor at measuring how common those same details are in everyone else. What the evidence actually supports is narrower and more solid. Rh negative means a person lacks the D antigen on red blood cells, usually because of underlying genetics involving the Rhd locus and related variation. That status matters in transfusion compatibility and in pregnancy if fetal blood is positive and maternal sensitization occurs. It can be tracked through inheritance patterns. It varies by population. That is the real foundation. Around that foundation, everything else must be tested rather than assumed. Some questions remain open in the sense that population history is always being refined, and regional distributions can still provoke legitimate research. But open questions are not a blank check for fantasy. They are invitations to better evidence. This distinction between known and inferred matters especially here because Rh negative blood sits in the dangerous zone where scientific terminology overlaps with ancient symbolic language. Blood sounds old, intimate, essential. Genes sound modern, exact, authoritative. Put them together and the result can feel irresistibly meaningful. Yet biology is often more modest than the stories we build around it. A blood antigen does not explain the rise and fall of dynasties. It does not certify noble origin. It does not unlock hidden memory. It tells a more careful story about how cells are built, how immune systems respond, and how traits move through populations across time. And perhaps that is the most fascinating part. The truth is smaller than the myth, but not smaller in significance. It reveals a world in which survival can depend on microscopic compatibility, where the body recognizes patterns it cannot consciously know. where inherited variation quietly shapes medical risk without announcing itself in daily life. H-negative blood is not evidence of secret humanity. It is evidence of how subtle human biology really is. Beneath the myths of chosen bloodlines and ancient inheritances lies a deeper reality: ordinary people, carrying ordinary cells, inside which history, chance, and evolution have arranged one tiny difference that matters only at certain moments, and then matters very much. Once the biology is understood in broad outline, the mystery shifts to the map. Rh-negative blood is not spread evenly across the planet like a thin, universal mist. It gathers more heavily in some populations, appears less often in others, and in that unevenness the imagination immediately finds material to work with. A trait that is rare everywhere would be one kind of curiosity. A trait that is rare overall but clustered in certain regions becomes something else entirely. It begins to look historical. It begins to suggest pathways, bottlenecks, old separations, forgotten movement. The question changes from what it is to where it lingers, and from there to why. Globally, the majority of human beings are Rh positive. In many parts of the world, Rh negative blood is uncommon enough that a person may live among thousands of others without meeting many who share it, or at least without knowing they do. But the global average conceals striking variation. In much of Europe, especially western and northern parts, Rh negative frequencies are higher than in most other world populations. Among the Basques, for example, the trait has long drawn unusual attention because it appears at elevated rates compared with many surrounding groups. Elsewhere, frequencies tend to be lower across large parts of Asia, sub-Saharan Africa, and indigenous populations of the Americas, though no region is biologically simple and no population is genetically sealed. What survives in the data suggest broad patterns, not rigid boundaries. Even so, broad patterns are enough to start stories. This is where older ideas of origin and descent begin attaching themselves to a modern blood trait. If a characteristic is more common in one region than another, the public instinct is often to imagine a deep ancestral explanation waiting beneath the numbers. Sometimes that instinct is justified, at least in part. Population history does shape the distribution of traits, migrations, founder effects, isolation, marriage patterns, and demographic bottlenecks all leave marks. But the leap from regional frequency to grand civilizational secret is a long one, and Rh-negative blood has repeatedly been made to cross it far too quickly. A high frequency in one population does not prove that the population is older, purer, or closer to some hidden human source. It proves only that a particular inherited trait became relatively common there through historical and genetic processes that still need careful explanation. The Basque example has attracted more attention than almost any other, partly because the Basque people themselves have long fascinated outsiders. Their language stands apart from the Indo-European family that dominates much of Europe. Their cultural continuity has deep roots. Their homeland, straddling the Western Pyrenees between modern Spain and France, has often been imagined as a refuge of antiquity, a place where something old survived while the rest of Europe changed around it. Add a relatively high frequency of Rh-negative blood to that setting, and the temptation becomes almost irresistible. Suddenly the trait is not just a medical fact, it becomes, in popular imagination, a relic, a sign of preservation, a biological echo from a forgotten Europe before later migrations reshaped the continent. Science is more cautious, the evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate many aspects of ancient European population history. but no serious body of research supports the idea that Rh-negative blood among the Basques proves a non-human origin, an Atlantean remnant, or a bloodline set apart from the rest of humanity. What it more likely reflects is the long and complicated history of population structure in Europe, shaped by ancient hunter-gatherers, early farmers moving in from Anatolia, later steppe-related migrations, and the uneven degree to which different regions absorbed or resisted those waves. Within such a setting, relative isolation and genetic drift can amplify certain traits. That may be less dramatic than the myths, but it is also more consistent with how populations actually work. And Europe is only part of the picture. Even within Europe, Rh-negative frequencies vary substantially. Some populations show more, some less. There is no single European blood story any more than there is a single Asian or African one. The continent itself is a palimpsest of movement, Ice Age refuges, post-glacial expansion, Neolithic farming, Bronze Age upheaval, imperial conquest, medieval settlement, plague, war, intermarriage, frontier collapse. Every generation reshuffles what the last one left behind. A blood trait can become common in one district not because it encodes a grand mystery, but because a relatively small ancestral pool, over many generations, left many descendants there. No single explanation fully accounts for every local frequency, and that is precisely the point. Human variation is usually shaped by accumulation, not revelation. The same principle holds elsewhere. Lower frequencies of Rh-negative blood in many East Asian populations, for instance, do not mean those populations are less ancient, less complex, or somehow outside the story of human variation. They simply reflect different inherited histories. In parts of Africa, the picture grows more complicated still, because the serological expression of Rh-related traits and the underlying genetics can diverge in ways that make simple public language categories less helpful than they first appear. Some variants and weakened antigen expressions complicate the binary label. This is one reason sweeping claims about Rh-negative blood often collapse under scrutiny. They rely on simplified maps and clean narrative borders, while real human biology keeps refusing to fit inside them. What makes the distribution feel so provocative is that it seems to offer a geography of hidden inheritance. A map with gradients and clusters looks like the beginning of a secret. It invites arrows and theories. It encourages the eye to search for ancient refuges, isolated mountain communities, coastlines where old peoples might have survived, islands where unusual traits might have been preserved. Once that visual instinct takes over, every elevated percentage can begin to feel like a clue pointing backward toward some buried chapter of the human story. In responsible science, that impulse becomes a research question. In popular mythology, it becomes a revelation before the evidence exists. And the evidence, when handled properly, is both richer and less tidy than those stories allow. Population genetics does not deal in pure ancestral essences. It deals in frequencies, admixture, ancestry components, mutation histories, and probabilities. A population may have a higher proportion of one trait not because it comes from a single heroic source, but because generations of relative endogamy, drift, and historical accident preserved it. The mathematics of small populations can produce outcomes that look symbolic from the outside. A variant carried by a limited number of ancestors can become surprisingly common in descendants simply because of who survives, who marries whom, and who leaves children during periods of contraction or isolation. It is history expressed through arithmetic rather than legend. That quiet arithmetic has shaped human diversity again and again. Consider island communities, mountain valleys, frontier settlements, or minority populations maintaining strong internal marriage networks over centuries. Certain surnames become common. Certain recessive disorders appear more often. Certain facial features or inherited conditions cluster. None of this requires mystery in the supernatural sense. It requires time, relative isolation, and a population small enough for inherited variation to behave differently than it would in a vast, constantly mixing demographic sea. Gross negative blood fits comfortably into that broader human pattern. It is unusual, yes, but unusual does not mean inexplicable. Still, the concentration of Rh and negative blood in certain populations continues to radiate a strange symbolic power, because blood has never been a neutral word. If a rare bone structure clustered in one region, most people would find it interesting and move on. But blood implies continuity, descent, danger, kinship. It makes maps feel personal. It turns statistics into inheritance. A cluster on a chart begins to sound like a family secret held at the scale of a people. That is one reason so many fringe theories begin not with physiology but with geography. They look at where Rh negative blood is more common and then search backward for lost tribes, megalith builders, drowned civilizations, priestly dynasties, or ruling castes. The map becomes not a scientific pattern to interpret cautiously, but a stage on which old myths are reassembled in modern terms. Sometimes those myths borrow just enough real history to feel plausible. Europe, especially Atlantic Europe, has no shortage of deep-time intrigue. There are caves painted tens of thousands of years ago. There are megalithic monuments older than many of the world's famous empires. There are languages that resist neat classification, coastlines altered by post-glacial flooding, genetic traces of populations that no longer exist in pure form. Scholars still debate important details of these histories, and ancient DNA has transformed the field by revealing waves of movement that earlier generations could only guess at. In such a landscape, it is easy for Rh negative blood to be folded into a romantic narrative of remnants and survivals. But ancient complexity does not validate modern myth. The existence of deep prehistory does not mean any rare trait found there must point to a hidden lineage outside normal human variation. There is also a subtler issue. The search for meaning in Rh negative distribution often reflects a discomfort with randomness. People prefer explanations that feel purposeful. A trait is common in one region because those people are descended from an ancient elite. A trait is rare elsewhere because it marks a chosen remnant. These stories preserve human intention. They turn frequency into fate. Population genetics, by contrast, often requires accepting that chance has real power. A group survives a harsh period while another does not. A few carriers happen to found a later community. A mountain barrier slows gene flow. A marriage tradition amplifies existing frequencies. Over centuries, the outcome looks significant because it is stable, but the path there may be full of accidents. For many people, that is less satisfying than hidden design. The medical world, meanwhile, sees the distribution in practical terms. Blood banks must know regional frequencies. Hospitals must plan for compatible supplies. In places where Rh negative blood is relatively uncommon, finding matching blood for a patient may be more difficult. In obstetric care, knowing the mother's Rh status remains essential. Here again, the map is not mystical, it is logistical. It shapes risk management, donor recruitment, screening protocols, and emergency preparedness. Yet the same pattern that helps organize healthcare also fuels speculation far beyond medicine. A cluster on a medical chart becomes, in another register entirely, supposed proof of ancient separation or superior descent. The same data serves two stories, and the difference lies not in the numbers themselves but in the framework brought to them. A lesser known and revealing detail is that even the category population can mislead when treated too casually. Modern nations are not ancient biological units. Borders shift, peoples mix, identities change. The frequency of a trait in a country does not mean that everyone there shares one deep ancestry. Some of the most misleading popular claims about Rh-negative blood speak as though countries or ethnic labels map neatly onto timeless blood histories. They do not. The deeper one looks, the more tangled the picture becomes. Historical populations merge, fragment, migrate, absorb newcomers, and reinvent themselves culturally. Any attempt to turn Rh-negative distribution into a clean story of primordial peoples is already simplifying far too much. Yet it would be a mistake to say the map tells us nothing beyond medicine. It does tell a historical story, just not the one popular mythology prefers. It tells of migrations so old they can only be reconstructed in fragments. It tells of isolated communities holding together through geography and custom. It tells of survival through famine, invasion, and demographic collapse. It tells of inheritance moving quietly beneath language change and political upheaval. A blood trait is never the whole story of a population, but it can be one thread among many, part of the subtle record left behind when people move, divide, endure, and disappear into descendants. That is what makes the geographical mystery so enduring. The pattern is real, the clustering is real, the unevenness is real. The sense that history has touched the map through the bloodstream is not entirely wrong. Where the imagination goes astray is in demanding that the pattern resolve into a secret origin grand enough to match the emotional weight of blood itself. Science does not offer that kind of revelation. It offers something harder, and in some ways, more haunting the knowledge that whole human histories can survive as probabilities inside living bodies, not as legends preserved intact, but as faint inherited signatures shaped by chance, migration, and time. So Rh-negative blood, scattered unevenly across the world, becomes more than a classification. It becomes a mirror in which people think they glimpse the outline of ancient movement. Sometimes they see too much. Sometimes they mistake cluster for destiny. But the impulse itself comes from somewhere deep and familiar. Human beings have always wanted maps to tell them who they are, where they came from, and what in them still belongs to vanished worlds. A rare blood trait, unevenly distributed, seems to promise exactly that. It invites the fantasy that the body is a sealed archive of origins, waiting only for the right symbol to unlock it. The truth is more complicated, but no less absorbing. The map does not lead to hidden kings or lost visitors. It leads into the long, uneven, thoroughly human history of how populations form, separate, survive, and leave faint traces in the blood of those who come after them. Once the map begins to suggest history, the story naturally turns backward into deep time, toward the long migrations and narrowing passages through which the human species spreads across the world. This is where Rh-negative blood is often pulled into grand theories about hidden antiquity, but the real background is both more grounded and more astonishing. Modern humans do not emerge as a set of neatly separated peoples carrying pure and permanent traits. They move in waves, divide into small groups, lose contact, reconnect, shrink, expand, survive local disasters, and pass through repeated demographic bottlenecks that prune the human tree in ways no one living can fully reconstruct. In that ancient turbulence, rare variants can persist, vanish, or unexpectedly grow common in particular populations without needing any supernatural explanation at all. To understand how that happens, it helps to imagine prehistoric humanity not as a vast continuous mass, but as a patchwork of relatively small bands and communities scattered across difficult landscapes. For most of human existence, population densities are astonishingly low by modern standards. Families and kin groups move through grasslands, forests, coasts, river valleys, and cold uplands. Some meet often, others remain separated for generations. Weather changes. Ice sheets advance and retreat. Shorelines shift. Animal herds migrate. Droughts open and close corridors of movement. A trait carried by one individual may vanish if that person leaves no descendants. The same trait may become unexpectedly durable if it happens to be carried into a small surviving population that later expands. In such a world, ancestry is not a straight royal line, but a flickering network of survival. This is the deeper setting in which any rare inherited characteristic must be placed. Rh negative blood, whatever its exact genetic histories in different populations, belongs to the same broad human process that shapes countless other variants. Mutation introduces variation. Inheritance carries it forward. Population structure determines whether it remains rare, disappears, or becomes locally common. Genetic drift, especially in small populations, can have outsized effects. A trait does not need to be useful in a dramatic evolutionary sense to persist. Sometimes it persists because nothing strongly eliminates it. Sometimes it spreads because a small founding group leaves many descendants. Sometimes it remains at low frequency across wide regions, waiting for later population events to amplify it in one place and reduce it in another. Scholars still debate the finer points of many ancient demographic patterns, but no serious evolutionary framework requires secret bloodlines to explain how unusual traits survive. The concept of genetic drift is especially important here because it runs against ordinary intuition. People naturally assume that if a trait is noticeable or regionally concentrated, it must have been actively selected for, or must point to some meaningful ancestral superiority. But drift is quieter and less flattering to those impulses. In a small enough population, sheer chance can alter the frequencies of genetic variants across generations. Imagine a mountain valley, a coastal refuge, or a community cut off by geography or custom. The pool of ancestors is limited. Not every line continues equally. Not every family survives hardship at the same rate. A rare variant that happens to be present in several successful lineages can become far more common among descendants than it ever was in the wider population around them. What looks meaningful later may have begun with demographic arithmetic rather than hidden design. This process becomes even more powerful during bottlenecks. A bottleneck happens when a population shrinks sharply, sometimes because of climate stress, disease, famine, migration pressure, or environmental catastrophe. If only a fraction of the earlier population survives and leaves descendants, then the genetic makeup of future generations can differ markedly from the broader population that existed before. Ancient human history is full of such contractions. Some local, some regional, some profound enough to reshape entire population landscapes. The evidence remains incomplete for many specific episodes, especially in prehistory, but what survives in archaeology, paleoclimate studies, and genetics suggest repeated cycles of expansion and contraction. A rare trait passing through one of those narrow gates can emerge on the other side with a different frequency, simply because the gate was narrow. This is where the image of ancient bloodlines becomes both misleading and revealing. Misleading, because it implies long, pure, continuous descent from some special ancestral stock. Human populations almost never work that way. Revealing, because there is a real sense in which all blood traits are lineages, not noble or mystical ones, but branching inheritances shaped by who survived and who did not. Every person alive carries traces of countless vanished communities. Most of those traces are not visible in obvious ways. Some appear in fragments of DNA linked to disease risk or adaptation. Some appear in immune system patterns. Some appear in blood group frequencies. Rh-negative blood is not the badge of one ancient house. It is part of a much messier inheritance, woven through long extinct populations whose names, languages, and stories are mostly gone. Europe offers a particularly dramatic example of this kind of layering, and because Rh-negative frequencies are relatively high in parts of Europe, it often becomes the centre of speculation. But Europe's deep past is not one people unfolding through time. It is a sequence of occupations, survivals, and mixtures. Ice Age hunter-gatherers move through glacial and interglacial worlds. Some populations retreat into refuges during colder phases, then expand again as the climate warms. Later, early farmers enter from the Near East, bringing not only domesticated plants and animals, but also new ancestry components that spread unevenly across the continent. Still later come migrations linked to pastoralist populations from the Eurasian steppe, altering the genetic landscape once again. No single explanation fully accounts for every regional pattern, because the resulting human map is a mosaic built from repeated overlap. A blood trait common in one modern European population may reflect complex interactions among all of these ancient layers, rather than a single untouched source. The same principle applies beyond Europe. Human history in Africa, Asia, Oceania, and the Americas is equally full of founder effects, isolations, recontacts, and bottlenecks, each shaping the distribution of inherited traits in ways that can look mysterious from the outside. On islands, in remote uplands, across deserts, through Arctic corridors, along coastal migration routes, small ancestral groups leave outsized marks on the future. Some traits become common through local demographic history and then remain associated with particular populations for centuries or millennia. This does not make those populations less human or more human than others. It only makes them historically specific. The body, in this sense, preserves the sediment of old movement. There is also a humbling statistical truth beneath all of this. Any living population is descended not from a single line, but from a vast web of ancestors, most of whom have been forgotten completely. If a trait like Rh-negative blood feels ancient, that is because it is, but so is almost everything else in the genome. The difficulty lies in deciding which parts of that ancient inheritance have been amplified by chance, which by selection, and which by later historical isolation. With the Rh system, the best supported explanations lie in ordinary population genetics rather than in dramatic evolutionary advantage. No special hidden purpose is required. Rare variants can persist for immense spans of time simply because human populations are never static and never perfectly mixed. One of the stranger side effects of this reality is that isolation can make a population look more exceptional than it truly is. A community that preserves a language, a cultural pattern, or a distinctive trait through long relative separation may appear to outsiders like a survival from another world. In truth, it is usually a survival from the same human world, only under different local conditions. The Basques are again a useful example. Their distinct language and elevated Rh negative frequency have encouraged outsiders to imagine them as relics of some pre-human or secret lineage. But a more grounded reading sees them as one population among many that retained unusual combinations of historical continuity, partial isolation, and demographic structure. The mystery does not disappear under this explanation. It becomes more human and arguably more compelling. A people can feel ancient not because they are outside history, but because history never entirely dissolved their local inheritance. Ancient DNA has sharpened this picture dramatically in recent decades. Skeletons once silent now yield fragments of genetic information that reveal how much movement, replacement, and mixture shaped prehistory. Populations once thought continuous turn out to have been transformed more than once. Others once treated as wholly distinct prove deeply entangled with their neighbours. Yet even ancient DNA cannot answer everything. Preservation is uneven. Samples are limited. Vast regions and periods remain poorly represented. Scholars still debate how to interpret specific transitions, especially when archaeological culture, language, and genetic ancestry do not align neatly. For a trait like Rh negative blood, this means there will always be room for cautious inference, but not for unlimited speculation. The fact that some questions remain open does not mean every romantic answer is equally plausible. Another lesser-known point is that a trait can become symbolically attached to an ancient population even when the trait itself is not exclusive to that population. This happens constantly in public discussions of ancestry. A genetic pattern is observed at relatively high frequency in one group, and people begin treating it as that group's essence. In reality, most human traits are shared across multiple populations at different frequencies. Rh negative blood is no exception. It is not unique to the Basques, or to Celts, or to any other group it is sometimes attached to in popular writing. Its presence across different populations is exactly what one would expect from a trait moving through the long, interconnected history of human descent. Frequency can be historically suggestive. Exclusivity is much rarer than myth likes to pretend. All of this matters because it changes the emotional shape of the mystery. If Rh negative blood came from one hidden source, then the story would be about revelation, about finding the lost chamber and naming the original line. But if it emerges from ancient variation shaped by drift, bottlenecks, migration, and isolation, then the story becomes something broader and stranger. It becomes a story about how the human past survives not as a clean legend but as scattered traces in living bodies. A minor sign on a blood test is not the key to one forgotten kingdom. It is one small outcome of countless journeys, deaths, births, separations, and survivals extending back far beyond written record. There is a certain irony here. Fringe theories often make Rh negative blood feel grand by detaching it from ordinary humanity, as though its importance depends on being alien to the species or preserved from some superior source. In reality, what gives it weight is exactly the opposite. It is profoundly human. It belongs to the same pattern that shaped eye color frequencies, lactose tolerance, inherited disorders in isolated populations, and innumerable other small markers that history leaves behind. Its mystery is not that it stands outside human evolution, but that human evolution and migration are complicated enough to produce traits that feel almost emblematic when viewed through the lens of culture. And culture always wants emblems. It wants visible signs of deep continuity. It wants proof that some hidden layer of the past still sits inside the present, untouched. Blood, more than almost any other biological substance, invites that desire. To say a trait may have persisted through ancient lineages and bottlenecks is enough to awaken all the old language of ancestral essence. Yet the scientific picture remains steadier. What persists is not purity, but continuity through change. Not one untouched bloodline, but many lines crossing and recrossing, leaving behind a statistical pattern that later generations mistake for a secret. So when Rh negative blood is placed against the backdrop of ancient migrations, the real wonder is not that it points to lost powers or hidden rulers. The wonder is that any small trait can survive the violence and instability of prehistory at all. Communities vanished, languages died, coastlines drowned, empires had not yet risen, and still entire worlds disappeared between one generation and the next. Through all of that, ordinary people kept having children, carrying forward tiny genetic differences with no idea that distant descendants would one day examine them under fluorescent lights and search them for meaning. What survives in the blood is not a coded message from a secret civilization. It is something quieter and more enduring, the residue of survival itself. The moment a biological trait becomes rare enough to notice, it begins to attract stories. And once those stories touch inheritance, family memory, and the lingering prestige of ancestry, the subject changes shape entirely. Rh negative blood does not remain a medical classification for long. It becomes, for many people, a way of imagining themselves. Not just their health, not just their compatibility in a hospital, but their place in a longer and more secretive human chain. Somewhere between laboratory science and family legend, the trait begins to gather identity around itself. That is the point at which mystery meets self-understanding, and where the story becomes less about red blood cells than about the old human need to belong to something older, deeper, and more meaningful than ordinary life seems to offer. This transformation happens quietly at first. A person learns they are Rh negative during a blood donation, a routine medical visit, a prenatal screening, an emergency room admission. They go home with a small fact about themselves that most of the world will never find particularly dramatic. But a rare fact behaves differently inside the imagination than an ordinary one. It nags. It suggests unfinished explanation. It invites comparison. Soon the person begins asking who else in the family has it. A parent remembers that a grandparent had unusual blood. An aunt mentions a difficult pregnancy years ago. A cousin says the same trait seems to run on one side of the family. The conversation shifts, almost without anyone noticing, from medicine to inheritance. And inheritance, once discussed in the intimate setting of family memory, almost never stays purely technical. Families are natural engines of myth-making. They preserve fragments, exaggerate patterns, soften contradictions, and pass along half-remembered remarks with the weight of revelation. Every family carries stories that function as identity anchors, where the ancestors came from. Which line was stubborn? Which branch was fortunate? Who looked unlike the rest? Who seemed marked by something unusual? A rare blood trait slips easily into that atmosphere. It becomes one more sign that this family is not like others, or not entirely. A grandmother from a mountain village, a great-grandfather whose origins are unclear, a branch rumoured to come from nobility, or from a people older than the nation they now live in. The evidence remains incomplete, often laughably so. But family stories do not survive because they are carefully evidenced. They survive because they answer emotional needs. They turn accident into continuity. In this way, Rh negative blood begins to acquire the texture of inheritance in the old symbolic sense. Not just the genetic one. The trait is real. It does pass through families. But what families do with that fact is something else entirely. They begin assigning meaning to it. The minus sign becomes shorthand for a line that stayed separate, for ancestors who did not fully mix, for some hidden quality that endured through marriages, wars, migrations, and losses. In reality, all human families are products of mixing, forgetting, and recombination. But blood as a metaphor resists this untidiness. It suggests stream rather than tangle. It offers the comfort of a clean thread back into the past. Rh negative blood, because it is both real and uncommon, is perfectly suited to being drawn into that metaphor. This is especially true in cultures where ancestry already carries heavy symbolic weight. In such settings, family identity is not a casual matter. It may shape land claims, marriage preferences, religious memory, caste status, ethnic pride, or class aspiration. Even in modern societies that think of themselves as individualistic, ancestry remains strangely magnetic. People want to know who their people were. They want not only names and dates, but significance. Genealogy websites flourish for this reason. So do hereditary myths. A rare blood type can become another token in that search, another piece of apparently objective evidence that the family story contains something more than sentiment. Once a biological label appears to support an old claim, however weakly, it acquires a persuasive force far beyond what the science justifies. The nobility theme appears here with particular persistence, across Europe and beyond. Blood has long been the language of rank, noble blood, royal blood, pure blood, ancient blood. The phrases reveal how closely social hierarchy once attached itself to inherited substance. Even after modern genetics dismantles the crude biological assumptions behind much of this language, the symbolism survives. Families still whisper about aristocratic descent. Regions still trade on legends of old houses and preserved lineages. Rh negative blood, especially where it appears at elevated rates in populations already romanticized as ancient or distinctive, slips naturally into these existing structures of belief. It is easy for people to imagine that a rare blood trait must have belonged to ruling classes who guarded their marriages, or to priestly lines that claimed sacred descent, or to old warrior elites whose inheritance remained hidden beneath later history. There is no good evidence that Rh negative blood marks noble origin in any universal or meaningful way. The idea survives because it feels plausible within older symbolic systems, not because research supports it, yet the persistence of the belief is revealing. It shows that modern people, even those surrounded by scientific language, still respond to blood as if it carries social memory in concentrated form. They do not merely want ancestry. They want distinguished ancestry, unusual ancestry, ancestry that sets them slightly apart. A common trait does not satisfy this hunger. A rare one does. This is where identity begins to feed on classification. Once people know they belong to a numerical minority, some begin looking for additional traits to complete the picture. They search for personality patterns, physical tendencies, emotional dispositions. They compare anecdotes in small circles and online communities. Someone says RH, negative people tend to feel out of place. Someone else says they have vivid dreams, unusual intuition, heightened sensitivity, a sense of not entirely belonging to ordinary social life. These claims multiply because they serve a familiar psychological function. They transform a biological detail into a full symbolic identity. Instead of simply lacking the D antigen, a person becomes part of a type. The type then gathers characteristics that are broad enough to feel recognizable and intimate enough to feel special. The process is old even when the language is modern. Human beings have always sorted themselves into meaningful categories and then filled those categories with stories. Astrology does it. Temperament theory did it. Some popular blood-type personality systems do it. Modern subcultures do it endlessly. Rh-negative blood enters that same territory because it offers a boundary that feels concrete while still leaving plenty of room for imaginative elaboration. Once inside the category, people start recognizing themselves in it, and recognition is powerful even when the category itself predicts very little. No single explanation fully accounts for why some labels become so emotionally adhesive, but rarity is almost always part of the answer. A minority label offers both belonging and distinction at once. There is also a darker side to this identity-making process. Whenever a trait becomes associated with hidden lineage, ideas of exclusion are never far behind. If one group is imagined as carrying preserved blood, another is imagined as diluted. If one line is exceptional, another becomes ordinary by contrast. Even mild family legends can drift toward hierarchy when repeated across generations. A grandmother's pride in unusual ancestry becomes a parent's certainty that we're not like everyone else. And then a child grows up treating a medical classification as evidence of inherited difference in a broader human sense. Most of the time, this remains private and harmlessly eccentric. Sometimes it feeds more dangerous fantasies about superiority, chosenness, or separation from the common mass of humanity. The history of blood language gives plenty of warning about how easily this can happen. Yet it would be too easy to dismiss the whole phenomenon as vanity. For many people, the attraction of Rh-negative identity is not arrogance but longing. They're not trying to prove superiority. They're trying to explain estrangement, a person who feels odd within their family, isolated in their community, or psychologically unmoored may find comfort in the idea that their difference has a deeper source. A rare blood type becomes a symbolic anchor. It says there is a reason you have always felt slightly misaligned. There is a lineage beneath the feeling. Perhaps the story is unsupported, but the emotional relief can be real. This is one reason fringe theories remain durable. They answer questions science is not designed to answer. Not because science is deficient, but because the questions are existential rather than biological. In that sense, Rh-negative blood becomes a meeting point between body and narrative. The body offers a fact, the narrative offers meaning. Together they form an identity more compelling than either alone. Science can say what the trait is, how it is inherited, when it matters clinically, and where it is more common. But it does not tell a person what the trait means in the moral or emotional sense. Into that silence rushes culture, filling the gap with family myth, historical romance, social distinction, and personal symbolism. The result is not a scientific theory, but a living folklore attached to a modern medical label. One lesser-known reason this folklore spreads so easily is that Rh-negative status often enters awareness during emotionally heightened moments. Pregnancy is one obvious example. A woman may only learn the significance of her blood type when doctors begin monitoring her, explaining possible incompatibility, discussing injections, risk, and fetal protection. The context is intimate, anxious, and unforgettable. Information learned in such moments tends to take root deeply. It becomes fused with memory, fear, and relief. A trait introduced under those conditions is far more likely to feel meaningful than one discovered in a neutral setting. The science may be clear, but the emotional atmosphere gives it symbolic force. Blood donation can create a different version of the same effect. Donors are often told their type because it matters for supply and compatibility. Rare donor status carries a subtle prestige. It makes the body feel needed in a special way. A person who is otherwise ordinary in daily life suddenly finds that their blood is medically valuable, less replaceable, more sought after. That can create a powerful impression. The trait becomes not only an inherited fact but a social role. Again, the science is mundane in the best sense. Hospitals need compatible blood. Yet the feeling produced by the knowledge is not mundane at all. It can heighten the sense that the body carries something unusual and significant. As these experiences accumulate across families and communities, RH. Negative blood slowly detaches from its original scientific setting and begins circulating as a cultural symbol. It appears in anecdotes, in old claims about descent, in whispered family histories, in amateur genealogical speculation. It becomes easier and easier to imagine that the trait confirms what older narratives had already hinted at. The family that believed it came from ancient mountain people now feels validated. The household that cherished a rumor of foreign nobility feels newly certain. The person who never felt fully at home in their surroundings feels less random. The trait becomes a bridge between the measurable and the meaningful. Of course, the bridge is unstable. Much of what it carries cannot bear close scrutiny. RH negative blood does not authenticate romantic ancestry stories. It does not make personal feelings of difference biologically diagnostic. It does not preserve social myth simply because it passes through inheritance. But its power does not depend on withstanding strict scrutiny. It depends on sitting at exactly the right intersection of rarity, family, biology, and desire. It offers just enough fact to support a great deal of projection, and that is why this stage of the mystery matters so much. Before RH negative blood becomes absorbed into the larger machinery of fringe theory, conspiracy, and global myth, it first becomes personal. It enters homes, it settles into memory, it attaches itself to names in family trees and to old stories told across dinner tables. Only after that does it become grander and stranger in public culture. The idea of hidden bloodlines begins not in sensational books, but in the ordinary human act of turning inheritance into identity. Because deep down, people do not merely want to know what they carry. They want to know what carrying it says about who they are, where they come from, and whether the feeling of being slightly different can be traced to something older than themselves. RH negative blood offers a tempting answer. Not a proven answer, not a complete one, but a tempting one. It suggests that difference can be inherited not only biologically, but meaningfully. And once that suggestion takes hold, the line between science and legend becomes much harder to see. For all the myths that later gather around RH negative blood, one fact gives the subject its deepest historical gravity. This trait is tied not only to identity and ancestry, but to real danger. Long before internet theories turned it into a sign of hidden bloodlines. The RH factor entered family life through anxiety, grief, and medical helplessness. This is the part of the story that tends to get flattened in popular discussions. Yet it may be the most important reason RH negative blood acquired such an aura of ominous significance. A rare trait that can influence the outcome of pregnancy does not remain abstract for very long. It becomes intimate. It becomes feared. It becomes the kind of thing that families remember long after they have forgotten the exact science behind it. The mechanism, in modern terms, is well understood. If an RH negative woman carries an RH positive fetus, fetal red blood cells can sometimes enter her bloodstream. Her immune system may then recognize the RHD antigen as foreign and begin producing antibodies against it. The first pregnancy is often unaffected, or less severely affected because sensitization may occur late, frequently around childbirth. But once the immune system has learned the antigen, later pregnancies with another Rh-positive fetus can become dangerous. Maternal antibodies may cross the placenta and attack the fetus's red blood cells, causing hemolytic disease of the fetus or newborn. This can lead to anemia, jaundice, swelling, heart failure, neurological damage, stillbirth, or death. In clinical language, the process is precise and controlled. In human experience, it is devastating. Before that mechanism was properly understood, the suffering it caused could appear almost supernatural in its cruelty. A woman might carry one pregnancy to term and then lose the next. Another baby might be born swollen, yellowed, or weak, only to die soon after birth. In some families, the pattern repeated with grim regularity. The mother might remain healthy. The father might appear blameless. The pregnancies themselves might begin normally. And yet somehow future children were threatened by something unseen. Something moving through the family without visible warning. The evidence remains incomplete in many older records, because pre-modern and early modern medicine lacked the tools to identify Rh incompatibility clearly. But what survives in 20th century obstetric accounts, and in retrospective medical interpretation, suggests that before preventive treatment, many such tragedies likely carried this invisible cause. This matters because people do not respond emotionally to genetics in the abstract. They respond to loss. They respond to repeated misfortune that seems to follow a pattern. A blood trait linked to stillbirth or neonatal death acquires a weight no ordinary classification can match. It stops feeling like neutral biology and starts feeling like inheritance with consequences, like something the family carries whether it wants to or not. In older generations especially, before universal screening and modern prenatal care became widespread, the Rh factor could appear as an invisible family threat. Doctors might explain it poorly. Grandmothers might describe it through rumour. Women might remember only that their blood did not match the baby's, or that they were told later pregnancies were somehow riskier. Such fragments easily harden into legend. The history of childbirth is already full of danger even without this added complication. For most of human existence, pregnancy is shadowed by uncertainty. Miscarriage, obstructed labour, hemorrhage, infection, stillbirth, and maternal death are familiar features of ordinary life. Families learn to live with the possibility that joy may turn quickly to silence. Into that already precarious landscape, the art factor introduces a new and particularly cruel form of risk, one that does not announce itself clearly and often strikes hardest only after previous exposure. A first child may survive, a second or third may not. The pattern feels almost personal, as though the body itself has developed a memory of rejection. In immunological terms, that is exactly what has happened. But before science clarifies it, such a sequence can be interpreted in all kinds of darker ways. This is one reason Rh negative blood becomes associated with dread in older medical culture. It is not simply rare, it can be reproductive fate if left unmanaged. Families experiencing recurrent newborn loss are unlikely to think in terms of antigene exposure and maternal alloimmunization. They think in terms of bad luck, cursed inheritance, fragile blood, divine will, or unexplained bodily failure. Even after science arrives, those emotional frameworks do not disappear overnight. Medical explanation may replace supernatural explanation in the clinic, but in family memory the older atmosphere often lingers. A mother who lost children before prevention was available may carry the subject through life not as a solved technical issue, but as a wound tied to her body. The phrase blood incompatibility itself has an almost mythic sound. It suggests something elemental. Blood should unite parent and child. Yet here blood becomes the medium of conflict. The mother's immune system, acting in its usual protective role, inadvertently threatens the fetus. There is a painful irony in that reversal, and it helps explain why the subject carries such symbolic charge. The danger comes not from visible injury or disease entering from outside, but from the hidden encounter between two closely related bodies. A difference so small that neither person can feel it becomes decisive. The body recognizes the unborn child's red blood cells as carrying something foreign. Biology is doing what biology does. But to human beings living through the consequences, it can feel unbearably intimate, almost like betrayal without intention. In the early and mid-20th century, as the Urch factor becomes better understood, doctors begin to connect these recurring tragedies to a coherent mechanism. The work is incremental. Testing improves. The classification of hemolytic disease becomes clearer. Researchers piece together how maternal antibodies affect fetal blood. Transfusion medicine and obstetrics slowly converge in their understanding. Once identified, the condition can be anticipated and managed more effectively. But medical progress is not evenly distributed. Some hospitals improve earlier than others. Some countries develop routine screening sooner. Many families continue suffering from incomplete diagnosis, poor access, or delayed intervention. No single explanation fully accounts for the pace at which this knowledge spreads into practice, because medicine is always shaped by class, geography, infrastructure, and political priorities. Yet the overall direction is unmistakable. One of the older hidden dangers of pregnancy is being dragged into the light. Then comes one of the quiet revolutions in modern obstetric care, the development and use of Rh immune globulin, often known by brand names in different places. This treatment, given to Rh-negative mothers under the right conditions, can prevent sensitization by neutralizing fetal Rh-positive red blood cells before the mother's immune system mounts a lasting response. In practical terms, it transforms the landscape. Countless pregnancies that might once have been shadowed by escalating risk become far safer. The great tragedy of Rh incompatibility does not vanish completely, especially where healthcare access is limited or sensitization has already occurred, but it becomes manageable in ways earlier generations could scarcely imagine. One more invisible killer of infants is pushed back not by spectacle, but by screening, prophylaxis, and ordinary medical routine. There is something deeply revealing in how little public mythology pays attention to this triumph. Fringe narratives about Rh-negative blood love the aura of mystery, but rarely dwell on the history of women and babies whose lives were saved by one of the most practical applications of immunohematology. Yet this is the place where the blood trait mattered most concretely for millions of people. Not in proving descent from secret rulers, not in suggesting cosmic ancestry, in preventing grief, in turning a once recurring family catastrophe into a treatable clinical risk. The contrast says a great deal about how human imagination works. It is drawn more easily to stories of hidden power than to stories of carefully averted suffering. Still, the older dread survives in cultural memory, and sometimes it mutates into exactly the kinds of myths that later surround Rh-negative blood. A trait associated with reproductive difficulty is especially vulnerable to symbolic inflation. People begin imagining that it marks a line set apart from ordinary humanity, perhaps one that does not mix easily with the majority. That language is scientifically misleading and morally hazardous, but it has obvious narrative appeal. The real immunological explanation becomes transformed into a pseudo-historical story of incompatible bloodlines. A reproductive risk rooted in antigen mismatch is reimagined as evidence that the carriers descend from some distinct ancestral source. The leap is unsupported, but emotionally it feels strangely intuitive. If the blood seems not to combine smoothly under certain conditions, then perhaps the people carrying it were never meant to belong fully to the larger human stock. That is the dark imaginative logic behind many later fringe claims. Science offers a much stricter account. Rh incompatibility does not mean two people come from different species or secret races. It means one immune system has been sensitized to an antigen the fetus has inherited. Similar principles of incompatibility exist elsewhere in transfusion medicine without requiring any grand story of separate origins. But because pregnancy is so intimate, and because the consequences were historically so severe, the Rh factor became an unusually fertile site for symbolic overgrowth. The body remembers foreignness. Future children are endangered. A hidden difference reveals itself only when life is being created. It is difficult to imagine a biological pattern more likely to accumulate layers of metaphor. There is also a gendered history here that deserves attention. The burden of this mystery fell most heavily on women, especially before effective prevention. Men could pass on Rh positive status genetically, but it was women's bodies that carried the pregnancies, underwent sensitization, and endured the visible cycles of loss. In many places, women were blamed for reproductive failure even when the mechanisms were poorly understood. They were told their bodies were weak, unsuitable, cursed, or mysteriously defective. Medical knowledge sometimes clarified matters, but just as often women bore the emotional cost of explanations they were never fully given. What survives in memoirs, oral histories, and medical recollections suggest that the Rh story was lived not as detached science, but as embodied uncertainty, often under conditions where women had little control over their care. The cultural mythology of Rh negative blood often forgets this human reality in favor of grand abstractions about descent. And yet that reality is exactly what gives the mystery its force. Without the medical danger, Rh negative blood might have remained just another specialized classification known mostly to hospitals and blood banks. Its entry into the public imagination depended partly on the fact that it could affect childbirth, that families could feel its consequences without seeing its mechanism, and that doctors once struggled to protect mothers and babies from it. The ominous aura came before the elaborate fringe theories. First there was fear, then there was explanation. Only afterward, in the space between what science solved and what imagination still wanted, did larger stories begin to grow. A lesser-known detail, but an important one, is that hemolytic disease of the newborn can also arise from causes other than Rh incompatibility, including certain ABO incompatibilities and other alloantibodies. This matters because it reminds us once again that Rh-negative blood became culturally oversized, partly because it was simple enough to label and dramatic enough to remember. The broader world of maternal-fetal immunology is more complicated, but complexity does not travel well in folklore. One clear sign, one plus or minus classification, one memorable source of danger, that is what culture keeps. So when Rh-negative blood begins to feel ominous in public narratives, that feeling is not entirely baseless. It is misdirected, exaggerated, and often exploited. But it does grow from something real. Behind the myth stands a historical truth this trait once stood at the edge of life and loss, in a way many families could not ignore. A mother's blood type could determine whether future pregnancies were shadowed by danger. A baby's survival could depend on differences no one understood until modern medicine finally learned to see them. That is not cosmic, it is not supernatural, but it is grave enough to leave a mark on memory. And memory, especially memory shaped by repeated sorrow, does not remain politely within the boundaries of science. It spreads, it enters rumour, it turns into atmosphere. A rare blood type connected to childbirth begins to feel different from other rare traits. It feels laden, almost personal, as though history itself has placed a condition on certain lineages. The scientific explanation is careful and humane. The cultural afterlife is darker. Somewhere between the ward and the family story, the trait becomes not just rare, but fateful. That is where the next phase of the mystery begins, not with medicine alone, but with the stories people tell once danger has already given the blood an aura that science can describe but never completely dispel. Once a blood trait has become rare, emotionally charged and entangled with inheritance, it does not take much for legend to begin hardening around it. The transition is almost inevitable. A family remembers unusual pregnancies. A region is known for an elevated frequency of Rh-negative blood. A people already carries a reputation for antiquity or separateness. Add to this the old prestige of lineage, the half-forgotten language of noble descent, the enduring fascination with lost tribes and secret orders, and the result is a mythic environment in which Rh-negative blood begins to look less like a biological variation and more like the surviving sign of some hidden human current flowing beneath ordinary history. This is where the phrase hidden bloodlines gains its peculiar force. It speaks to an ancient instinct. Human societies have long imagined that power, legitimacy, and sacred status move through family lines in ways visible only to the initiated. Kings claim descent from gods. Priestly clans guard ritual purity. Noble houses invent genealogies stretching back into myth. Conquerors marry strategically to fuse prestige with blood. Whole peoples explain their continuity by narrating a preserved lineage that survived conquest, exile, or collapse. In such a world, blood is never merely blood. It becomes the vessel of right, memory, and destiny. Rh-negative blood, entering public awareness in the modern age, finds all of these older symbolic structures waiting to receive it. The legends that gather around it vary widely, but they tend to follow a familiar pattern. First, a real fact is established. Rh-negative blood is a minority trait. It is inherited, and it appears at elevated frequencies in some populations. Then a second step follows. Usually without enough evidence, these populations must therefore preserve something unusually ancient or distinctive. Then comes the third step. Where folklore takes full control, this distinctiveness is linked to old rulers, secret priesthoods, lost tribes, sacred dynasties, or other hidden lines of inheritance that mainstream history has forgotten, suppressed, or never properly understood. By the time the story reaches this stage, the scientific core is still present, but only as a seed inside a much larger imaginative structure. Royal descent is one of the most persistent themes. The language of royal blood has such deep roots that it almost invites biological misreading. For centuries, rulers across Europe, the Near East, and elsewhere cultivated the idea that their lineage carried something set apart from ordinary humanity. Whether divinely favoured, historically exceptional, or politically sanctified, later generations, trying to map that old prestige onto modern biology, sometimes fastened onto Rh-negative blood as if it were a laboratory confirmation of what dynasties always claimed about themselves. It becomes easy, in such stories, to imagine that royal houses protected the trait through carefully arranged marriages, and that traces of it survive in certain families or populations as a relic of old power. There is no reliable evidence that Rh-negative blood marks royal descent in this way. If anything, The history of aristocratic marriage would be expected to produce all kinds of inherited quirks and vulnerabilities, not one coherent sign of noble essence. But that is not how lineage myths operate. They are not interested in population-level caution or genetic nuance. They seek symbols that can condense centuries of social fantasy into one bodily marker. A rare blood type serves that purpose perfectly. It sounds objective. It sounds ancient. It sounds like a fact rescued from under the ruins of legend. From royal lines, the stories often drift towards sacred lines. In many versions of the myth, Rh negative blood becomes linked not just to rulers, but to priestly or spiritually exceptional descent. Sometimes this takes the form of claims about ancient temple elites, old Mediterranean mystery traditions, or lineages supposedly set apart for ritual functions. In other cases, it merges with stories about biblical peoples, especially the lost tribes of Israel, a motif that has generated endless speculative genealogies across centuries. The logic is always similar. A rare inherited trait is taken as evidence that some group preserved a distinct and meaningful ancestry through time, and that this ancestry carried not just biological difference but historical significance. The appeal of the Lost Tribes theme is especially strong because it offers both antiquity and dispersal. It explains how a population could be ancient yet scattered, hidden yet persistent. It can be fitted onto all kinds of regions and family legends with minimal evidence. Rh negative blood enters these narratives because it appears to provide a measurable sign that something old survived invisibly in descendants. Scholars still debate countless historical questions related to ancient population movement, diaspora, and identity formation. But none of that debate supports using Rh negative blood as a definitive marker of some lost tribal origin. The evidence remains incomplete in many ancient demographic questions, but incompleteness is not proof. It is simply a space where speculation becomes tempting. Another recurring association links Rh negative blood with secret societies or hereditary elite networks. Here the language becomes more modern and conspiratorial. Instead of openly sacred dynasties, the story shifts toward hidden orders, concealed archives, intermarrying families, or shadowy institutions preserving special bloodlines across generations. Sometimes these claims borrow the atmosphere of medieval orders, esoteric fraternities, or modern conspiracy lore about ruling families and global influence. The trait becomes a supposed passkey to hidden continuity. Not everyone in power has it, the story suggests, but those who truly matter often do. The attraction is obvious. It turns an ordinary person's blood test into a possible connection with invisible history. What makes these stories durable is that they borrow pieces of truth from older social realities. Elites often did intermarry. Dynasties did care obsessively about descent. Religious and aristocratic groups often cultivated boundary-making practices. Isolated communities really did preserve unusual trait frequencies. Genealogies were manipulated for legitimacy. Secretive institutions have existed in many forms. None of this is fictional. The fiction lies in fastening all of it to Rh negative blood as though one antigen absence could suddenly decode the hidden structure of power across centuries. No single explanation fully accounts for why this particular trait absorbs so much of that projection. But one reason is surely that it sits in the symbolic crossroads of rarity, family, biology, and historic prestige. The Basques, Celts, and certain other European populations are frequently pulled into this mythology because they already carry a reputation for antiquity or distinctiveness, Basque linguistic uniqueness, Celtic romanticism, and the long European tradition of imagining remnant peoples surviving at the edges of empire all create fertile ground for bloodline legends. Rh negative blood becomes a convenient bridge between genuine historical depth and speculative overreach. If a population feels old, and if the population shows elevated Rh negative frequencies, then a story almost writes itself. The people must be preserving the blood of an earlier world. They must have stayed separate. They must carry, in bodily form, the trace of some older human order beneath later history. But populations do not remain pure relics. They endure through mixture, adaptation, and change. Even communities with unusual continuity are never frozen in time. The scientific reading of elevated trait frequency points toward founder effects, drift, and historical isolation, not hidden nobility sealed against the centuries. Yet the romantic reading survives because it is narratively stronger. It offers a world in which history leaves behind chosen remnants rather than messy demographic outcomes. There is also a more personal version of the hidden bloodline legend. Individuals who discover they are Rh negative may begin searching their genealogy with heightened expectation, looking for signs of aristocratic, ethnic, or mysterious ancestry that now seem newly plausible. A vague story about a foreign ancestor becomes more meaningful. A family rumor of Jewish, noble, Moorish, or old European roots suddenly feels biologically confirmed. Online communities reinforce this process by sharing lists of supposed associated groups and lineages, rarely distinguishing between frequency, inheritance, exclusivity, and proof. The result is not merely public mythology, but self-mythology. People reconstruct their pasts around a trait that offers just enough specificity to feel like evidence. A lesser-known but important detail is how often such bloodline stories collapse under ordinary genealogical complexity. Most families, once traced with care, reveal mixture, uncertainty, adoptions, undocumented unions, migration, and identities that shift over time. Real ancestry is rarely clean enough to support grand hereditary claims. Bloodline myths survive precisely because most people cannot fully reconstruct their ancestry beyond a certain point, and because even when they can, the result is usually too tangled for legend. Rh negative blood seems to promise a shortcut. It suggests that one can bypass the broken archive and read significance directly from the body. That promise is deeply seductive and almost always overstated. The historical language of blue blood reveals the same old impulse in a different costume. Aristocrats were imagined as visibly different, biologically finer, their veins somehow carrying a superior essence. In reality, blue blood was a metaphor shaped by skin tone, status, and ideology, not a hematological category. Yet the desire behind it remains very much alive. Rh negative blood becomes, in some circles, a modern substitute for that ancient fantasy, a way of claiming that a rare, inherited bodily trait points towards social or historical distinction. The metaphor changes, the need does not. Fringe writers and popular theorists often strengthen these stories by appealing to suppression. If mainstream historians and scientists do not accept the hidden bloodline theory, this is taken not as a sign that the evidence is weak, but as proof that the truth is being concealed. This move is extremely powerful because it shields the story from correction. The absence of institutional support becomes part of the legend itself. A trait already associated with secrecy and ancestry is now said to be so important that official knowledge must keep it buried. In this way, Rh negative blood becomes not just a sign of old lineage, but a sign of forbidden lineage, which is even more compelling to those drawn toward hidden history narratives. And yet beneath all this elaboration lies a very old human pattern. People have always wanted history to survive in the body in legible form. They want proof that the past is not entirely gone, that lost peoples still move among the living, that dynasties and sacred lines did not vanish so much as go underground. Blood is the ideal medium for this hope because it already signifies kinship and continuity. Rh negative blood, with its clean label and minority status, becomes an ideal vessel for the old dream. The tragedy is not simply that these theories are unsupported, it is that they often distract from the more interesting truth. Real human populations do preserve traces of ancient migrations and isolations. Real lineages do survive through unexpected channels. Real family memory does sometimes contain fragments of older history. But these realities are subtler than hidden bloodline legends allow. They do not arrange humanity into secret castes. They do not elevate one rare trait into a map of sacred descent. They require patience, context, and a willingness to accept that history survives through layers, not symbols. Still, the legends endure because they satisfy a hunger that data alone does not. To believe that one's blood carries the remnant of an old ruling line or a hidden people is to step out of ordinary anonymity. It turns family history into epic residue. It makes the body feel archival. And once that feeling takes hold, negative blood becomes more than a medical classification or a demographic pattern. It becomes a whisper of inheritance in the older, just grander sense, the kind that links the present not merely to ancestors, but to concealed significance. That is why the mystery keeps deepening rather than fading. Each scientific clarification strips away one layer of false grandeur, but another grows back almost immediately, nourished by the ancient prestige of blood itself. A rare trait plus an inherited pattern plus uneven geography is enough to produce folklore. Add kings, priests, lost tribes, and hidden orders, and folklore becomes a full alternative history. The evidence does not support it. But the emotional logic is powerful, and in the long shadow cast by blood, emotional logic often arrives first and lingers longest. Once Rh negative blood has been attached to hidden lineages, it is only a short step before the legends outgrow history altogether. At that point, the old language of ancestry, nobility, and sacred descent no longer feels sufficient. Something grander is needed. Something large enough to explain why a small medical trait has generated so much fascination. And so the story widens into the modern mythic landscape of Atlantis. Extraterrestrials, fallen beings, lost advanced civilizations, and prehistoric secrets buried beneath the official account of humanity. Rh negative blood, already loaded with rarity and symbolic weight, becomes a kind of passport into this larger universe of speculation. Here the trait is no longer merely inherited, it is otherworldly. The attraction of such theories is not hard to understand. Ancient bloodlines at least remain bound to the human story. Alien ancestry promises something even more dramatic, not merely descent from an unusual people, but descent from beings outside normal humanity altogether. A rare trait then becomes evidence not of local population history but of rupture, of intervention, of a line inserted into human history from elsewhere. Once this possibility is entertained, every small puzzle surrounding Rh negative blood begins to glow with exaggerated significance. Why is it less common than Rh positive blood? Why does incompatibility exist in pregnancy? Why do some populations show higher frequencies? Why do some people who carry it feel different, separate, hard to categorize? In fringe narratives, these questions stop being biological and become cosmological. The most common version of the extraterrestrial theory is blunt and modern. Rh negative blood is said to mark the descendants of alien-human hybridization. The supposed evidence is usually a patchwork of misunderstood biology, cherry-picked regional frequencies, pregnancy complications, and anecdotal claims about personality or paranormal sensitivity. Because Rh incompatibility can, under certain conditions, create reproductive difficulty, the theory recast this as proof that Rh negative carriers descend from something not fully human, something that does not combine smoothly with the larger population. The real immunological explanation, precise and well established, is replaced by a much more dramatic narrative of hybrid ancestry. The logic is seductive because it borrows the emotional shape of the truth while discarding the science that actually explains it. Atlantis serves a similar function, but in a more historical costume. Instead of visitors from the stars, the trait is linked to a lost advanced civilization that supposedly vanished beneath the sea, while leaving remnants of its bloodline behind in scattered populations, especially in Atlantic Europe. The appeal here lies in combining everything the Rh negative mystery already seems to suggest: rarity, geographical clustering, old European associations, and the dream of a forgotten people more advanced or more distinct than those who followed. Atlantis is a perfect magnet for this kind of projection, because it is both ancient and inaccessible, real enough in the cultural imagination to feel plausible, vague enough in the evidence to absorb almost any theory attached to it. There is, of course, no credible scientific basis for linking Rh negative blood to Atlantis, just as there is no accepted historical basis for Atlantis as a literal lost global super-civilization preserving a special bloodline. The original Platonic tale is a philosophical narrative, later reworked across centuries into endless speculative geographies and pseudo-histories. Yet the Atlantic setting, the Basque and Western European frequency patterns, and the old fascination with drowned worlds make the connection emotionally irresistible for some audiences. If a trait appears concentrated in populations imagined as old or remote, and if a legendary civilization is also imagined in roughly the same broad zone of the world, the mind begins joining dots that were never meant to form a picture. Then there are the darker and more explicitly supernatural versions of the theory. Rh negative blood is sometimes tied to fallen angels, Nephilim traditions, or hybrid beings described in heavily distorted readings of ancient religious texts. In these accounts, the blood trait is treated as biological residue from a prehistoric violation of the human order, an inheritance from entities who were never meant to mingle with humankind. Here the mythology gains a moral and apocalyptic tone that is mostly absent from the Atlantean and alien variants. The carriers of Rh negative blood may be described either as marked, gifted, endangered, or somehow set apart from ordinary humanity in ways that are spiritually significant. These narratives often blend biblical language, occult speculation, conspiracy culture, and amateur genetics into one unstable but emotionally potent system. The scientific problems with all these theories are overwhelming. Rh negative blood is fully explainable within known human genetics. The Rh system is a well-characterized blood group system, rooted in the structure and variation of genes such as Rhd and Rhce. Its population distribution can be studied through ordinary inheritance, mutation, drift, demographic history, and regional variation. Pregnancy incompatibility has a clear immunological mechanism. None of this requires ancient visitors, vanished super-civilizations, or supernatural parentage. Scholars still debate narrower questions about population history and the exact shaping of frequencies in particular regions. But those open questions exist inside mainstream human genetics, not outside it. And yet the fringe theories keep returning, because they answer something science does not try to answer. They do not merely explain how the trait exists, they explain why it feels meaningful. That is their true function. They provide carriers of a rare trait with an origin grand enough to match the cultural charge surrounding blood. Science says here is a variation in red cell antigens, clinically important under specific conditions, inherited through familiar genetic pathways. Myth says here is the remnant of a hidden intervention, a lost world, a special line, a secret rupture in human history. One explanation is empirically grounded, the other is emotionally oversized, but the second often feels larger and therefore more satisfying, especially to people who do not seek medicine from the story so much as identity. The internet supercharges this process because it allows separate fringe motifs to merge almost instantly. A person looking up Rh-negative blood may begin with a medical question about pregnancy or ancestry, and quickly encounter videos, forums, diagrams, and personal testimony linking the trait to aliens, psychic powers, ancient giants, Atlantis, reptilian theories, secret rulers, or spiritual awakening. The boundaries that once separated folklore, pseudoscience, esotericism, and entertainment collapse into one algorithmically reinforced stream. The user is not asked to distinguish between peer-reviewed evidence and imaginative storytelling. Everything appears side by side, often in similar visual styles, often with confident language and emotionally persuasive claims. One lesser-known reason these theories thrive is that they exploit genuine gaps in public scientific literacy about blood groups. Most people know their blood type only as a label, not as an antigen system embedded in immunology and population genetics. They may understand that O-negative is useful in emergencies, or that Rh matters in pregnancy, but not much beyond that. This leaves a wide interpretive vacuum. Into that vacuum, fringe narratives can insert almost anything, especially if they speak with certainty and offer a larger cosmic frame. The average person is far more likely to encounter a dramatic video explaining Rh-negative origins than a sober technical review of serological genetics. Story outruns explanation because story is easier to consume. These fringe systems also thrive on the misuse of anomaly. A trait does not need to be unexplained to be treated as mysterious. It only needs to be incompletely understood by the audience. Rh-negative blood feels anomalous because it is uncommon, because it affects pregnancy, because its distribution is uneven, and because its public label is so simple. Those four features are enough to make it ideal raw material for extraordinary claims. Add a few anecdotes about unusual dreams, rare personality tendencies, or supposed paranormal experiences, and the whole structure takes on the texture of private revelation. People begin feeling that they have found not just information, but a hidden truth mainstream knowledge never wanted them to see. The pregnancy issue, in particular, is repeatedly distorted in fringe explanations because it seems to offer direct proof of species-level incompatibility. But this is a misunderstanding. Maternal fetal incompatibility in the Rh system is a well-understood immune response, not evidence that Rh-negative and Rh-positive humans come from different species or incompatible origins. Similar immune complications arise in thoroughly ordinary human medical contexts. The existence of reproductive risk does not imply alien descent any more than organ rejection implies extraterrestrial anatomy. But the emotional logic of the fringe theory is stronger than its biology. A conflict in the blood becomes a sign that the blood came from somewhere else. Atlantis and alien theories also gain force by flattering the carrier. To be Rh negative in such narratives is not simply to belong to a minority category. It is to carry a residue of greatness, mystery, survival, or contact with something beyond ordinary humanity. Even when the myth is dark or ominous, it still grants significance. It rescues the person from statistical anonymity. This is one reason the theories persist despite their weak evidentiary foundation. They offer a rare combination of exclusivity and explanation. You are different, they say, and the difference is not random. It comes from somewhere extraordinary. There is a deeper modern pattern here. As older religious certainties and aristocratic structures weaken, people often look for new ways to recover a sense of chosenness or hidden place in history. Genetics, ancestry testing, blood type folklore, and alternative history become modern tools for very old desires. Rich negative blood fits neatly into this cultural hunger because it is both scientifically real and symbolically unfinished. It has enough legitimacy to feel grounded, enough mystery to invite enlargement, and enough rarity to sustain special identity. The alien and Atlantean myths are only the most extravagant versions of a broader search for significance in the body. What makes the whole phenomenon especially revealing is that it thrives most where evidence is selective and pattern recognition runs wild. A person notices elevated frequencies in one population, reads about a lost civilization in roughly the same region, encounters claims about spiritual gifts among Rh negative carriers, and sees that pregnancy complications once made the trait seem ominous. Soon these separate pieces have fused into a single worldview. The missing parts are supplied by intuition, personal resonance, and distrust of mainstream explanation. Once that fusion happens, contradiction does not easily break it. In fact, contradiction may strengthen it by reinforcing the sense that the truth is hidden. Still, none of these theories survive serious scrutiny. No genetic data points to non-human ancestry as the explanation for Rh negative blood. No archaeological evidence ties the trait to Atlantis. No immunological mechanism suggests extraterrestrial hybridization. No historical documentation supports the claim that ruling elites systematically preserved Rh negative status as the biological sign of a secret order. What survives in the evidence points elsewhere, toward ordinary inheritance operating over extraordinary spans of time. The mystery is real only in the sense that rarity plus symbolism, plus incomplete public understanding, can create a cultural force much larger than the underlying biology. And yet these myths are worth studying, not because they are true, but because they reveal what modern people still crave from blood. They want transcendence without surrendering science entirely. They want ancient meaning in a language that sounds biological. They want the body to whisper that history is larger, stranger, and more selective than official narratives admit. Rh negative blood becomes the medium for those desires because it is medically real but narratively open, scientifically precise but culturally unfinished. It sits exactly where fantasy likes to build. So the theories of aliens, Atlantis, and hidden non-human ancestry tell us almost nothing reliable about the art factor itself. But they tell us a great deal about the modern imagination. They show how quickly a rare blood trait can be pulled out of medicine and inserted into a cosmic story. They show how strongly people resist the idea that small biological differences may simply be the outcome of migration, drift, mutation, and time. And they show that even in an age of genetics and laboratories, the old hunger for secret descent has not weakened. It has only changed costumes. Now it comes clothed in blood typing, online testimony, and the language of forbidden origins, still searching, as it always has, for proof that a minority mark in the body means the carrier belongs to something far older and far stranger than ordinary human history. If the scientific explanation for Rh-negative blood is relatively straightforward, and the fringe explanations are so poorly supported, then the obvious question is not why the trait exists, but why so many people want it to mean more than it does. Why does a rare blood factor become a vessel for identity, destiny, hidden ancestry, spiritual distinction, and cosmic speculation? Why does a small antigen difference attract such a disproportionate amount of longing? The answer lies less in hematology than in human psychology, because Rh-negative blood sits at the intersection of several forces that are almost impossible for the imagination to ignore: rarity, inheritance, embodiment, uncertainty, and the ancient symbolic charge of blood itself. Rare things have always attracted meaning. This is one of the most stable habits of human culture. A rare stone becomes sacred, a rare animal becomes an omen, a rare child becomes marked, a rare weather event becomes divine commentary. People do not easily accept that something uncommon might also be ordinary in its cause. The mind leans instinctively towards significance. It assumes that low frequency must point to high importance, as though nature were distributing clues rather than traits. Rh-negative blood enters that old pattern effortlessly. It is rare enough to feel special, visible enough to be named, and intimate enough to feel personal. It is not some abstract statistical anomaly buried in a specialist paper. It appears on medical records. It can be inherited through families. It can matter in pregnancy. It can affect who donates to whom. That makes it narratively alive in a way many other rare biological traits are not. Rarity alone, however, is not enough. Plenty of uncommon human features do not generate mythology on this scale. What makes Rh-negative blood different is that it touches a substance already burdened with centuries of symbolic weight. Blood is not just tissue in cultural history. It is kinship. It is sacrifice. It is violence. It is purity and contamination. It is inheritance in its most embodied form. Even in societies that pride themselves on scientific thinking, blood remains one of the last biological substances people still talk about, as though it contains moral and historical essence. People say bloodline when they mean descent, bad blood when they mean hostility, blood ties when they mean unbreakable family bonds. The metaphors are so old and so constant that they stop feeling metaphorical. Rh-negative blood enters a symbolic field already prepared for myth. That symbolic field becomes even more powerful when combined with uncertainty. Science can explain the Rh factor well enough, but public knowledge rarely absorbs explanation in full detail. Most people do not understand antigen systems, alloimmunization, or the intricacies of population genetics. They understand a smaller, stranger set of facts. Some people are positive, some are negative. Negative is less common, and in pregnancy the difference can matter dramatically. Beyond that, the picture is blurry, and blur is fertile ground for interpretation. The evidence remains incomplete in the public imagination, even when it is clear in the literature, because what people carry away from science is often only the outline. Into that outline, stories pour. Psychologically, Rh-negative blood also offers something modern. Life often fails to provide a sense of special place without requiring visible achievement. In large, anonymous societies, many people feel replaceable. Their family histories are fragmented, their communities unstable, their identities assembled from temporary institutions rather than deep inherited structures. A rare blood type can feel like a private inheritance that cannot be earned or lost. It gives the individual a quiet distinction. This distinction is biologically modest. but emotionally it can be immense. It says there is something about you that predates your choices, something written into the body before you ever formed a conscious self. That is a powerful comfort in a world where so much identity feels fluid, precarious, or imposed from outside. The longing deepens when the trait becomes linked to feelings of estrangement. Many people drawn to Rh negative folklore describe not medical concerns, but a lifelong sense of being slightly out of place. They feel unusually observant, emotionally intense, detached from social norms, or difficult to classify. These experiences are real in the sense that people truly feel them. What is not established is that Rh negative blood causes them, but causation is not always the point. The trait provides a framework that makes these feelings interpretable. It turns vague alienation into inherited difference. Instead of being random, awkward, or merely personal, estrangement becomes lineage. The body seems to validate the emotion. This is one of the deepest attractions of all such systems. They transform discomfort into identity, and identity into belonging. This may seem paradoxical, but it is a common social pattern. Minority labels often provide both separation and community at once. A person learns they belong to a small category, and suddenly that category becomes a home. Online groups, anecdotal lists, and shared stories reinforce the sense that what once felt lonely now has a name. Rh negative communities, especially in the digital age, often function in exactly this way. They do not merely exchange medical information. They compare experiences, build symbolic vocabularies, and create a sense of recognition among strangers. Recognition can be intoxicating. Once people start seeing themselves reflected in a category, they become less interested in whether the category truly predicts the traits they are discussing. The important thing is that it feels coherent. Another reason people want Rh negative blood to mean more is that modern science often feels emotionally incomplete, even when it is factually sufficient. A deletion or variation affecting expression of the Rhd gene is a precise explanation, but it does not satisfy the same hunger as a remnant of an ancient people or a sign of hidden inheritance. This is not because the second statement is more true. It is because it is more humanly resonant. It restores drama to biology. It gives the trait a past that sounds like a story rather than a process. Human beings are story-seeking creatures. Processes rarely satisfy us unless they can be narrativized. Population drift, mutation, and demographic structure are real, but they do not feel intentional. Myths do. There is also an almost religious impulse at work here, even among people who would not describe themselves that way. Rh negative blood can function like a secularized chosen mark. It offers the sense that one belongs to a hidden subset within the broader human population, a group connected by something deeper than ordinary social categories. Traditional religions often provide this feeling through covenant, election, initiation, or spiritual lineage. In modern settings where those structures have weakened or become less persuasive, biology can step into the same role. A rare inherited trait begins doing the psychological work once done by sacred identity. The language shifts from prophecy to genetics, but the emotional architecture remains remarkably similar. This is why fringe Rh negative theories often sound, beneath their pseudo-scientific language, like old mythic structures in new clothing. There are the chosen and the ordinary, the hidden and the visible, the carriers of special inheritance and the unaware majority. There is lost origin, suppressed truth, scattered remnant, and eventual recognition. These are not unique to Rh negative folklore. They are recurring narrative forms in religion, nationalism, esotericism, and conspiracy culture. What makes the blood trait so useful is that it appears to anchor those forms in the body itself. It turns myth into something testable, or at least seemingly testable. A plus or minus sign becomes a ritual token of identity. The internet intensifies this dynamic because it collapses the distance between anecdote and evidence. In older eras, a family legend might remain local. Now thousands of people can compare private feelings under a single label and begin treating the accumulation of similarities as proof. Someone says, RH, negative people are more intuitive. Others agree. Someone says they feel separate from mainstream society. Others recognize themselves. Soon a feedback loop forms. The category attracts those who resonate with the description, and their resonance is then cited as evidence that the category is meaningful. This is not formal science, but it is psychologically persuasive because it operates through participation. People do not just consume the myth, they help build it. A lesser known but important factor is the role of medical authority itself. When a doctor or lab report tells a person they have Rh-negative blood, the information arrives with institutional credibility. Even if the doctor says nothing beyond the clinical relevance, the fact has already been authenticated by science. This makes it easier for later symbolic elaboration to feel grounded. The person is not building from pure fantasy. They're building from a real and officially recognized biological detail. Much fringe thinking gains force exactly this way. By fastening imaginative claims to one narrow but legitimate fact, the fact acts as a stabilizer for everything that gets projected around it. There is also the matter of scale. Rh-negative blood is small enough to feel personal and large enough to feel historical. That combination is rare. A person can say this is in me, while also reading about its distribution across regions and populations. The trait seems to connect the self to the species, the family to prehistory. Few bodily markers are so easy to bridge across these levels. It is this scalability that makes the subject so narratively powerful. It lets someone move, almost in one breath, from my blood type to ancient migrations to lost civilizations. The leap is often unwarranted, but it feels natural because the trait itself seems to invite movement between intimate and vast frames. Why, then, do people resist the more ordinary explanation? Partly because ordinary is the wrong emotional word. Mutation, drift, and inheritance may be normal scientific explanations, but they can sound diminishing when someone is searching for meaning. To be told that a rare and personally salient trait is the outcome of long population processes and chance demographic events can feel flattening, even if it is accurate. People do not merely want explanation, they want consecration. They want their difference to matter in a way that exceeds medical utility. Rh-negative blood becomes a canvas for that desire because the science leaves room for awe without explicitly telling people what to do with it. And awe, when not guided by disciplined evidence, tends to migrate towards story. The mind prefers a hidden chamber to an open hallway. It prefers ancient descent to probability distribution. It prefers chosen remnant to founder effect. This does not mean people are foolish. It means they are human. We are all vulnerable to narratives that make our private facts feel cosmically placed. A rare blood trait, especially one wrapped in childbirth history, family memory, and regional mystery, is almost designed to trigger that tendency. The real challenge, then, is not simply correcting false claims. It is understanding the need those claims serve. When people say, Rh-negative blood must mean more, they are often not making a cold empirical judgment. They are expressing a wish that biology carries significance in a way modern life seldom permits. They want the body to be a map, They want family traits to point beyond themselves. They want to believe that what is unusual in them belongs to a longer, hidden continuity rather than to chance alone. Science cannot and should not manufacture meaning to compete with that desire, but it can offer a different kind of wonder. It can show that a tiny trait really does connect one person to migrations, bottlenecks, survival, reproduction, and the immense layered history of the species. It can show that the body truly is an archive, though not a simple or flattering one. It can remind us that chance is not emptiness. It is one of the forces by which history becomes flesh. That is perhaps the hardest truth to accept and the most beautiful. Rh negative blood does mean more than a dry label, but not in the way the myths insist. It means that the human story is written at levels most people never see. It means the past survives in tiny inherited details that matter greatly in certain moments and barely at all in others. It means that rarity can be real without implying chosenness. And it means that people, confronted with even the smallest sign of unusual inheritance, will almost always try to turn it into a larger answer to an older question. Not just what am I, but why do I feel as though I come from somewhere the ordinary story has not fully named? By the time Rh negative blood has passed through medical history, family memory, regional mystery, noble lineage legend, and the extravagant worlds of Atlantis and alien ancestry, the subject can start to feel almost impossible to return to Earth. Yet this is exactly the moment when the evidence matters most. Because if the trait inspires so much projection, then the only way to understand what remains after the stories are cleared away is to ask, carefully and without romance, what the science actually supports. Not what people wish it suggested, not what makes for a compelling hidden history video, not what flatters the carrier with special origin, what the evidence can genuinely bear. The first supported fact is simple and foundational. Rh negative blood is a real and well understood blood group status, defined in common usage by the absence of the D antigen in the Rh blood group system on the surface of red blood cells. This is not speculative. It is not folklore. It is a routine part of modern medicine, transfusion practice, obstetric care, and laboratory science. The Rh system is complex, involving multiple antigens and related genes, but the familiar positive and negative labels refer mainly to whether RhD is present. That much is secure. It belongs to ordinary immunohematology, not to the margins of knowledge. The second supported fact is that this difference matters clinically. An Rh negative individual can produce antibodies against Rh, positive red blood cells after exposure, which is why the Rh factor matters in transfusions and in pregnancy. The historical danger of maternal sensitization and hemolytic disease of the fetus or newborn is well established. So too is the medical success of preventive treatment in reducing that danger dramatically. When people speak as though Rh negative blood is mysterious because it causes strange reproductive problems, the actual explanation is already available. Those problems are not signs of alien incompatibility or hidden non-human ancestry. They are immune responses between biologically ordinary human beings with different antigen profiles. The third supported fact is that Rh negative status is inherited and unevenly distributed across populations. Some groups show higher frequencies than others. In broad global terms, the trait is more common in parts of Europe than in many other world populations, and rarer in many regions of Asia, Africa, and indigenous populations of the Americas. Though every large pattern contains internal variation and complication, this distribution is real, but what it supports is not a secret bloodline theory. it supports the much more ordinary conclusion that population history affects trait frequencies. Human groups have different demographic histories. They do not all pass through the same bottlenecks, the same levels of isolation, or the same founding events. Unevenness is exactly what population genetics predicts. The fourth supported fact is that the genetics behind Rh negativity are not signs of biological rupture from the human species. In many populations, especially in Europeans, Rh negativity is often associated with deletion or alteration of the Rhd gene. In other populations, the picture can be more complex, with variant forms and different serological outcomes. But complexity is not the same as mystery in the mythic sense. The evidence points toward ordinary human genetic variation shaped by known mechanisms of inheritance. Mutation, deletion, variation in gene expression, and long-term population structure are sufficient frameworks. No credible data requires adding extraterrestrial intervention, Atlantean survival, or fallen angel descent to complete the picture. The fifth supported fact is that not every part of the Rh story is perfectly simple, and acknowledging this is important. The Rh blood group system is not reducible, in all scientific detail, to the everyday positive and negative shorthand. There are weak D phenotypes, partial D variants, and regional differences in the genetic architecture underlying Rh-related antigen expression. Serology and genetics do not always line up in ways the public expects. This means the scientific picture is richer than popular summaries suggest, but richer does not mean looser. In fact, complexity usually narrows the room available for sweeping myth, because it shows that the trait belongs to a finely detailed biological system rather than a grand symbolic binary. What the evidence also supports, more quietly, is that the historical clustering of Rh-negative blood in some populations can be explained without invoking hidden civilizational remnants. Founder effects, genetic drift, demographic isolation, and the layered ancestry of populations are powerful enough to shape frequencies over time. A trait can become common in one group not because that group descends from a lost superior people, but because a relatively small ancestral population happened to carry the relevant variation and later expanded. This may sound less dramatic than secret bloodlines, but in fact it is one of the most important insights of population genetics. Chance, structure, and survival can produce patterns that feel symbolically charged, even when no symbolic cause lies behind them. At this point, it helps to separate three levels of claim, because much of the Rh-negative folklore survives by sliding carelessly between them. The first level is ordinary observation Rh-negative blood exists, is inherited, and is rare in many populations. The second level is historical inference. Its distribution may reflect real patterns of migration, isolation, and ancestry. That is a legitimate area of study, and scholars continue refining it as better genetic and archaeological evidence becomes available. The third level is extravagant interpretation. The trait must therefore mark special beings, hidden rulers, sacred remnant peoples, or non-human descent. That is where the evidence falls away. The slide from level 2 to level 3 is where myth does most of its work. This distinction matters because some fringe narratives gain credibility by beginning with true statements. They will say, correctly, that Rh-negative blood is less common globally, correctly, that it appears more frequently in some populations, correctly, that it can create pregnancy complications if unmanaged. Then, without warning, they leap to claims about secret origins. The user hears several accurate details and assumes the conclusion rests on the same level of evidence. It does not. This is a common structure in pseudoscience surround the unsupported claim with enough legitimate facts that the whole package feels coherent. The scientific record also gives us a useful negative conclusion. There is no good evidence that Rh-negative blood correlates with special psychological, psychic, or spiritual traits in any rigorous way. Lists of supposed Rh-negative characteristics circulate widely, including heightened intuition, unusual sensitivity, lower body temperature, vivid dreams, psychic ability, a stronger sense of alienation, or resistance to disease. These claims are largely anecdotal, weakly defined, or impossible to distinguish from general human variation. People recognize themselves in them because the descriptions are broad, emotionally resonant, and often self-selecting. But what survives under controlled scrutiny is extremely limited. The trait does not come with a scientifically validated personality profile. Likewise, there's no credible evidence that Rh-negative blood marks royal descent, noble ancestry, or preservation of any singular hidden lineage. A rare inherited trait can appear in old families, aristocratic lines, and isolated communities for the same reason it appears anywhere else: inheritance. To treat its presence in elite families as proof of elite biological essence is to confuse social history with genetic mysticism. Aristocratic families are not genetically magical. If anything, endogamy in such groups often increases the frequency of inherited conditions and quirks, precisely because they are drawing repeatedly from a smaller pool. The appearance of Rh-negative blood in such lineages proves far less than popular imagination wants it to, nor does the evidence support the idea that Rh-negative blood originated in one single ancient people, who then seeded later populations. This is another example of the human preference for clean beginnings over messy processes. A single-source explanation feels satisfying because it turns the trait into a lost inheritance from a named origin, but population history is rarely so elegant. The more careful reading is that Rh-negativity, like many other traits, belongs to the deep web of human variation and has been shaped differently in different populations by the time we encounter it in the present. There may be important regional histories behind specific frequencies, but those are not the same as one hidden root source waiting to be rediscovered. What remains incomplete, and worth saying honestly, is the full reconstruction of every population pathway that shaped current Rh distributions. Scholars still debate details of ancient demography. Ancient DNA continues to revise older models. Sampling remains uneven across time and geography. There are regions of the world where the historical record of genetic variation is still far thinner than researchers would like. This means science does not know everything, and it should not pretend otherwise. But uncertainty has to be handled proportionally. Not knowing every fine detail of how frequencies developed in every region does not mean all origin stories are equally plausible. It means the missing pieces should be filled with more evidence, not with whatever myth happens to feel most satisfying. There is another supported conclusion that often gets overlooked because it is less dramatic than the legends. Rh-negative blood is important, but its importance is situational. A person can live an entire healthy life with Rh-negative blood and notice its practical significance only during blood donation, transfusion, or pregnancy. It does not define daily function, cognition, or general human capacity. This is one of the most deflating facts for grand identity theories because it restores scale. The trait is medically meaningful, historically interesting, and culturally overburdened. But it is not a master key to the self. Most of the meanings people attach to it are layered onto a feature whose actual biological relevance appears in specific contexts, rather than in every moment of life. A lesser known but revealing point is that the public obsession with Rh negativity says more about cultural selection than biological selection. Countless other inherited markers vary across populations and matter in medicine, but very few have become symbols of hidden origin. Rh negative blood did because it is easy to label, tied to pregnancy, associated with blood donation and emergency medicine, and simple enough to circulate in everyday language. In other words, the trait was selected by culture for symbolic inflation. It had the right qualities to escape specialist knowledge and enter folklore. That fact should make us cautious. Popular fascination is not evidence of extraordinary scientific importance. It is often evidence that a topic has narrative advantages. So what does the evidence really leave us with? Once the unsupported claims are set aside, it leaves us with a rare but ordinary part of human biological diversity. It leaves us with the clinically significant blood group distinction that once caused great suffering in pregnancy and is now much more manageable because of modern medicine. It leaves us with a pattern of uneven global distribution shaped by population history. It leaves us with some ongoing scientific refinement around genetic and serological complexity. And it leaves us with no persuasive reason to treat Rh negative blood as evidence of hidden species, sacred dynasties, or buried civilizations. That may sound narrower than the myth, but in another sense it is broader, because the evidence places Rh negative blood exactly where it belongs inside the real human story, not outside it. It is part of how populations form and drift, part of how immune systems distinguish self from other, part of how medicine learned to prevent one of the quiet tragedies of reproductive history, part of how people, given one small, unusual fact about themselves, build towers of meaning around it. The truth does not flatten the mystery so much as relocate it. The mystery is no longer where did this secret bloodline come from. It becomes, why do human beings keep trying to turn inherited variation into destiny? And perhaps that is the strongest conclusion the evidence supports. Rh negative blood is not trivial, but its deepest significance may lie not in any hidden origin, but in the mirror it holds up to us. We are a species that cannot easily leave rarity alone. We treat patterns as messages. We feel inheritance as story before we understand it as genetics. We want our bodies to contain not only history, but intention. The science of the Rh factor is stable enough to reject the wilder claims. Yet the persistence of those claims reveals something just as real as the antigen itself, the stubborn human urge to read meaning in the blood, even after the microscope has already told us what it can honestly say. If the science explains how Rh negative blood works, history helps explain how a rare trait can come to rest unevenly across the world and why. In some places, it lingers with unusual strength, not because kings secretly guarded it in stone fortresses, and not because lost civilizations planted it like a signature, but because human history has always been a machine for sorting, concentrating, scattering, and preserving inherited differences in ways no one living at the time could possibly see. War, migration, famine, marriage customs, mountain barriers, river corridors, imperial expansion, village endogamy, and sudden collapse all leave their mark on populations. They do not write their story in one clean line. They write it in frequencies, in absences, in faint recurrences, in the strange survival of certain traits where one might not expect them to last. This is one of the hardest truths for modern people to feel intuitively. We tend to imagine history in visible events. A city burns, an empire falls, a dynasty rises, borders move. We do not instinctively imagine history as a force acting inside the body generation after generation. altering the likelihood that one small antigen will appear or disappear in the descendants of people who never knew such a thing existed. Yet that is exactly what history does. Every marriage pattern, every regional isolation, every migration stream, every conquest followed by settlement, every community that remains inward looking for centuries, changes the shape of inheritance. Some traits become diluted, others are preserved. Some vanish into larger populations, others, through nothing more magical than demographic structure, become local signatures. Consider how often human communities have lived in partial isolation. A valley cut off by mountains, a coastal district tied more to the sea than to the interior, a pastoral minority maintaining marriage within the group, a persecuted community forced inward by external hostility, a rural population whose mobility is limited for generations by economics, geography, or custom. In such settings, the pool of ancestors narrows, not completely, not in some absolute or pure sense, but enough that inherited variations can settle into stable local patterns. RH. Negative blood does not need a secret origin to survive in such places. It needs only time and a population history that allows certain lineages, among the many available, to leave a disproportionate imprint on the future. This is where marriage customs matter more than grand legends. Endogamy, the tendency to marry within a defined community, can preserve distinctive trait frequencies over long periods. It does not create those traits from nothing, but it can keep them from dissolving rapidly into wider populations. Many human societies, whether for religious, linguistic, tribal, class, or geographic reasons, have practiced some version of this. Sometimes the boundaries are strict, sometimes porous, but even moderately persistent internal marriage patterns can shape the inheritance landscape. A trait already present at a modest rate may remain conspicuous, because the group remains partially self-reinforcing across generations. Outsiders, encountering the pattern later, may interpret it as proof of ancient separateness in a dramatic sense. Often it is separateness of a more ordinary and historical kind. Empire complicates this picture in fascinating ways. Empires mix populations, but not evenly. They open routes, move soldiers, transplant administrators, traffic enslaved people, establish colonies, create frontier zones, and encourage urban exchange. At the same time, they often preserve or even intensify local identity. A conquered mountain region may remain demographically stubborn, while the surrounding plains absorb newcomers. A port city may become genetically mixed within a few generations, while nearby inland villages remain more conservative in their marriage networks. Imperial systems also produce status hierarchies that influence who marries whom, who moves, and who stays. All of this affects trait distribution. Rh negative frequencies in any given region, especially across Europe and the Mediterranean world, may reflect not one deep ancient event but layer after layer of historical sorting. War does something similar, though often more brutally. When men die disproportionately, when villages are emptied, when refugees move, when survivors regroup in smaller populations, the ancestral pool changes. A war does not merely redraw a map, it changes who reproduces afterward, which families endure, and which communities become demographic bottlenecks. Over centuries, repeated conflict can leave lasting marks that are invisible in chronicles, but real in inheritance. Scholars still debate how strongly particular wars or collapses altered specific regional populations, because demographic evidence is not always complete. But the broader principle is secure. Violence is one of history's hidden genetic editors. It prunes populations unevenly and then forces the next generations to build from what remains. Famine and disease are just as powerful, sometimes more so. A drought can break a settlement pattern. A plague can erase a quarter or half of a local population. A bad harvest repeated across several years can force migration, delay marriage, reduce births, and alter which family lines continue. None of this selects specifically for Rh negative blood in any known direct sense. That is not the point. The point is that such events reshape the demographic field in which all inherited traits continue or disappear. A trait that survives in a small remnant population after a crisis may later become more visible among descendants, simply because the crisis reduced the number of competing lineages around it. History does not need to favour a trait intentionally to amplify it. There is also the matter of refuge. Some regions become places where people survive while surrounding landscapes are destabilized. In prehistoric Europe, glacial refuges likely helped preserve certain populations during colder phases. In later historical periods, remote areas sometimes served as havens during invasion, state collapse, or religious persecution. A refuge population can become a reservoir of inherited patterns not because it is pure, but because it is relatively continuous. When stability returns and descendants expand outward again, they carry forward traits that may have been less common elsewhere. This is one reason peripheral zones often acquire reputations for antiquity. They are not frozen museums, but they may preserve demographic continuity better than more exposed centres. A rare blood trait surviving there can easily be mistaken for something mystical when it is really the product of historical shelter. The Basques again hover at the edge of this discussion, not because they explain the whole mystery, but because they show how history and symbolism can intertwine. Their region, their language, and their partial continuity amid later European transformations made them a natural target for stories of preserved origin. But one does not need Atlantis or hidden dynasties to account for why a distinctive population might retain unusual trait frequencies. A combination of geography, partial isolation, cultural continuity, and historical demographic structure is already enough. In fact, it is more than enough. The temptation to add grandeur comes mostly from outside, from observers who see continuity and cannot resist treating it as sacred remnant rather than historical survival. Trade routes complicate things from the opposite direction. Where people move often, traits mix more readily. Ports, caravan hubs, river confluences, and imperial capitals become places of demographic blending. Yet even here the effect is not uniform. Merchants may travel widely while rural populations nearby remain relatively local. Elites may marry across distance while peasants marry within a narrow circle. Religious minorities may maintain internal boundaries inside otherwise mixed cities. The result is not simple dilution, but patterned exchange. Rh negative blood could remain uncommon in a major cosmopolitan zone, while appearing more frequently in one surrounding district, because the social rules of marriage and belonging differ sharply across small distances. History is granular in this way. Broad maps flatten what daily life once enforced at the village, quarter, and household level. A lesser-known but revealing factor is inheritance through social prestige. In some communities, certain families marry more often simply because they occupy a central or prestigious role. Over time, their traits, whatever those traits happen to be, can spread more widely than their original numbers would suggest. This is not proof of biological superiority. It is the demographic consequence of social structure. If a line already carrying Rh negative status enjoyed unusual reproductive continuity in one setting, the trait could become more noticeable among descendants without needing any hidden cause beyond status and survival. The language of special blood often arises from precisely these entanglements of social importance and ordinary inheritance. Later generations mistake demographic advantage for sacred essence. Colonization adds yet another layer. When settlers move into new territories, they do not carry a perfect sample of the populations they came from. They carry a subset. Founder effect matter here. If the early members of a colonial community happen to include a somewhat higher or lower proportion of a trait, later descendants may preserve that skew for generations, especially if the community remains relatively closed or small in its early development. The same principle holds for minority diasporas, religious enclaves, and isolated frontier settlements. Human history is full of such founder events, most of them too mundane at the time to record in any symbolic way, yet capable of shaping the inheritance patterns that later observers treat as mysterious. This is why the phrase ancient bloodline is both wrong and accidentally revealing. Wrong, because it suggests a single pure line preserved untouched through history. Revealing, because history really does leave lines of continuity, only they are tangled, plural, and rarely visible in the noble way mythology imagines. Rh negative blood may persist in one population through an old cluster of ancestors, in another through entirely different historical pathways, and in yet another at low frequency because repeated mixture never erased it completely. No single explanation fully accounts for every region, because history itself is not singular. It is an accumulation of local dramas that only later appear as patterns on a chart. Modern national identities often obscure this reality. A country may look demographically unified on a map while containing communities with very different historical inheritance patterns. Mountains, islands, minority regions, old confessional boundaries, migration corridors, and former frontier zones can all create pockets of distinct frequency that survive inside larger states. When people say this country has more Rh negative blood, they often compress many internal histories into one misleading summary. The deeper truth lies in the micro-histories who settled where, who stayed, who left, who married inward, who absorbed outsiders, who endured plague, who fled war, who returned afterward. The bloodstream remembers these things statistically, not narratively. And this is perhaps the most surprising role of history in the Rh negative story. It does not provide the grand revelation many people hope for. It does not identify one secret people and place the trait in their hands like a hereditary relic. Instead, it explains how countless ordinary historical processes can produce outcomes that feel charged with mystery. What looks like hidden design from a distance may simply be the long after-effect of migration, refuge, marriage, mortality, and continuity. History turns chance into structure by repeating it across generations. Once that structure settles into the body, later centuries misread it as intention. There is a certain melancholy in this. The carriers of a rare trait may want an answer grand enough to match the emotional pull of blood, and history offers something quieter. It says that your body may indeed carry traces of old survival, old separation, old movement, old endurance. But those traces do not belong to a single forgotten aristocracy. They belong to the long anonymous labour of ancestors who crossed mountains, buried children, married neighbours, fled raids, survived winters, rebuilt after famine, and passed on their inheritance without knowing anything about antigens or percentages. The hidden secret is not that the blood came from somewhere beyond humanity. It is that humanity itself, when filtered through enough time, can produce patterns subtle enough to look almost supernatural. So Rh-negative blood, viewed through history rather than myth, becomes less a sign of secret rulers than a witness to the immense force of ordinary human continuity. Villages preserving themselves for centuries, borders hardening and dissolving, families surviving where others ended, the living carrying forward, in faint molecular detail, the demographic memory of past worlds. That is not a lesser story. It is the story that makes all the others possible. Because once history has done its slow invisible work, culture steps in, sees the pattern it has left behind, and begins naming it as mystery. Then the internet arrives, and the old mystery changes speed. For most of the 20th century, unusual ideas about bloodlines move slowly. They travel through family stories, paperback occult books, fringe lectures, amateur genealogy circles, late-night radio, and the kind of rumour that gathers around half-understood science. A person might hear that their family has rare blood, or that certain peoples of Western Europe carry an ancient inheritance, or that strange pregnancy complications once hinted at something unusual in the lineage. The stories exist, but they remain scattered. They depend on geography, on local culture, on niche publishers, on the patience required to seek them out. Then digital life tears down all those barriers at once. Suddenly, Rh-negative blood is no longer a rare medical detail discussed in clinics and among relatives. It becomes searchable, shareable, taggable, endlessly reinterpreted, and permanently available to anyone restless enough to type 2 letters and a word into a glowing search bar. This is the moment when the mystery stops being regional and becomes global folklore. The internet does not invent the myths surrounding Rh-negative blood, but it gives them the perfect environment to multiply. A person who learns their blood type after donating blood or during prenatal screening no longer has to live with that fact quietly. Within seconds they can find communities of strangers discussing ancient lineages, psychic tendencies, alien ancestry, spiritual awakening, reproductive incompatibility, hidden rulers, and suppressed truths. What once took months of searching in obscure corners of print culture now appears all at once, flattened into a single feed. Medical explanation sits beside conspiracy videos. Clinical summaries appear beside dramatic testimonials. A careful scientific article and a breathless claim about non-human descent can occupy the same screen, dressed in the same visual authority of typed text and polished thumbnails. That flattening is one of the great forces of the digital age. The internet often presents all information as if it exists on the same level until the user has the training and patience to separate it. Most do not, at least not consistently. A person begins with a real question. Why did my doctor mention Rh incompatibility? Why does this blood type run in my family? Why is it more common in some places than others? These are legitimate questions. But because digital platforms reward attention rather than caution, the first answers that rise to the surface are often the ones charged with the strongest emotional voltage, not the measured explanation of antigen systems and population genetics, but the title promising hidden ancestry, forbidden science, or a truth they do not want you to know. The algorithm has no instinct for proportion. It notices only that fear, wonder, and special identity hold the eye longer than restraint. In that environment, Rh-negative blood becomes perfect platform material. It is medically real, easy to label, uncommon enough to feel special, and already linked to pregnancy, inheritance, and regional mystery. Better still, it is personal. A user does not have to imagine the issue abstractly. They can say, "This is me. I carry this." The trait becomes a ready-made entry point into a whole online subculture where personal biography, blood test result, and hidden history narrative merge. Once inside, the user is rarely encouraged to remain with the smallest and best supported explanation. They are invited upward into a system where every fact expands into atmosphere. A minus sign becomes a clue becomes a pattern becomes a worldview. Online communities intensify this through repetition and recognition. Someone posts that Rh-negative people often feel like outsiders. Others reply that they have felt that way all their lives. Someone says they have vivid dreams, heightened empathy, unusual intuition, strange childhood experiences, sensitivity to electricity, trouble fitting into social norms. The details vary, but the emotional structure is consistent. People are not simply comparing medical notes. They are assembling a symbolic portrait of what it means to belong to the category. The category then becomes richer through participation. Every anecdote that resonates gets absorbed. Every contradictory detail is softened or ignored. Over time, the community generates something more powerful than a theory. It generates a shared identity. This is one reason digital Rh-negative culture can be so persuasive from the inside. It does not function primarily as a debate over evidence. It functions as a recognition machine. People arrive carrying scattered feelings of difference, unresolved family stories, odd medical facts, and curiosity about ancestry. The community offers immediate coherence. Your feelings are not random. Your family story matters. Your blood type is not just a laboratory detail. It means something. Once that emotional exchange begins, the scientific weakness of the larger claims often matters less than the social comfort they provide. No single explanation fully accounts for why some people stay in these belief systems and others drift out again. But belonging is clearly a major part of the answer. The internet also allows older fringe traditions to fuse in ways that print culture rarely manage so efficiently. A forum on Rh-negative blood can absorb material from alternative archaeology, UFO subcultures, biblical speculation, occult symbolism, conspiracy narratives about elite families, New Age energy language, and amateur genealogy all at once. In earlier periods, these ideas might have remained in separate subcultures with only partial overlap. Online, they become modular. A user can borrow the alien theory from one corner, the Atlantis motif from another, the hidden bloodline framework from a third, and a list of supposed Rh-negative personality traits from a fourth. The result is a personalized mythology assembled from fragments that reinforce one another even when they do not fit cleanly together. This modularity is one of the defining features of digital myth. It allows people to build belief systems that feel intensely individual, while still belonging to a larger networked culture. One person may lean toward the medical mystery and ancestral angle, another toward spiritual gifts, another toward elite bloodline conspiracy, another toward extraterrestrial hybrid origin. All can still gather under the same Rh-negative label because the label itself is flexible enough to anchor multiple meanings. The medical fact gives the system its core. Everything else radiates outward according to preference, fear, and imagination. There is also the visual power of online storytelling. Maps showing concentrations of Rh-negative blood, even when simplified or stripped of context, circulate widely because they look like evidence. Family trees overlaid with dramatic language look like evidence. Old paintings of nobility, images of megaliths, alien silhouettes, blood drop graphics, ancient symbols, and fetal scans all appear in one stream, and create an impression of layered confirmation. The viewer feels they are not merely hearing a claim, they are seeing a case assembled, but visual density is not the same as proof. Much of digital persuasion works by creating the atmosphere of convergence, where unrelated images and partial facts appear to reinforce each other simply because they are presented together. Another force driving the revival is personal search culture. People increasingly turn to the internet not just for general information, but for identity explanation. They search symptoms, family stories, ancestry hints, personality patterns, and obscure labels that might explain why they feel the way they do. Rh, negative blood, fits perfectly into this larger digital habit of self-diagnosis and self-mythologizing. The user does not only ask, "What is this blood type?" They ask, "What does it say about me?" Once that second question takes over, search results are no longer being judged by scientific quality alone. They are being judged by emotional usefulness. The source that best explains the self often wins, even if it is the least reliable. The structure of social platforms makes this worse. Recommendation systems reward escalating engagement. If someone watches one video on Rh negative pregnancy risk, the next suggestion may be about hidden facts of Rh negativity, then a video on ancient bloodlines, then one on alien ancestry. The path from mainstream medical concern to full fringe cosmology can be surprisingly short, not because the user consciously chose to abandon evidence, but because the platform is optimized to keep curiosity aroused. Each step promises a deeper layer. Each layer feels like progress. In reality, the user may be moving farther and farther away from what the evidence can support while feeling more and more certain that they are penetrating toward hidden truth. What makes this especially powerful is that Rh negative blood already carries a legitimate aura of seriousness. It is not like some entirely invented pseudoscientific label. Doctors really do care about Rh status in pregnancy and transfusion medicine. Blood banks really do track it. O-negative blood really is important in emergencies. This legitimacy functions like a root system feeding the larger myth. The online narratives can always point back to the real medical relevance and say, "See, this is not made up," and that much is true. But from there they stretch far beyond the point where scientific support ends. The public often struggles to see where the supported foundation stops and the symbolic tower begins. A lesser-known feature of online Rh negative culture is how frequently it draws authority from testimony rather than data. This matters because testimony feels intimate and hard to dismiss. A woman describes a traumatic pregnancy and says she later discovered the hidden significance of her blood type. A donor explains how learning they were rare changed the way they saw themselves. Someone recounts a family legend of old European or Middle Eastern ancestry that now seems confirmed by blood. Someone else describes lifelong alienation and finds comfort in the category. None of these experiences is fake in the sense that the people are making up their feelings, but testimony cannot by itself establish the larger causal theories attached to it. Digital culture often blurs that distinction. A moving story becomes treated as evidence for a grand claim simply because it resonates deeply. The internet also gives these ideas persistence. In earlier eras, fringe explanations might fade when a book went out of print or a local group dissolved. Online, nothing disappears easily. Old claims are constantly rediscovered by new users who experience them as revelation rather than repetition. A theory discredited years ago may return in a new visual package and spread again as if fresh. Rich negative folklore thrives in this permanent archive of half-life, where outdated science, misread charts, dramatic anecdotes, and old occult speculation never fully die. They wait to be found by the next person searching for meaning in a minus sign. At the same time, digital life has not revived the mystery only in fringe form. It has also created broader public awareness of blood donation, prenatal care, and population genetics. More people know their blood types now than many earlier generations did. More people discuss inheritance and ancestry openly. More people can access high-quality medical information instantly. This means the internet is not simply a myth machine. It is a force multiplier for everything, good explanations included. The difficulty is that good explanations are often less emotionally aggressive than bad ones. They ask more of the reader. They leave uncertainty where uncertainty remains. They decline to make the self feel specially chosen. In the competition for attention, that can be a disadvantage. Still, the digital revival of the Rh-negative mystery tells us something important about the present. It shows that modern people remain hungry for bodily signs of hidden meaning, but they now pursue that hunger through networks rather than local tradition. Where an earlier age might have built a family legend and kept it private, the internet turns thousands of such legends into a visible pattern. It makes private intuitions communal and communal speculation global. Rh-negative blood becomes one of those rare subjects where medical fact, historical romance, identity searching, and algorithmic amplification all meet at once. And so the old mystery, instead of fading under the weight of better science, is reborn in digital form, faster, louder, more immersive, and more participatory than before. A blood trait once known mainly to doctors and affected families now circulates as a global symbol. It is discussed in prenatal clinics and in conspiracy channels, in donor registries and in alternative history forums, in sober medical pamphlets, and in ecstatic comment threads about ancient hidden ancestry. The same plus and minus sign travels through all of these worlds, carrying completely different meanings depending on who is reading it. That may be the most revealing part of all. The internet did not merely spread information about Rh-negative blood. It exposed how unstable meaning becomes once a scientifically real trait enters the marketplace of identity. The label stays the same. The antigen stays the same. The biology stays the same. But around that stable core, an entire digital mythology grows and regrows, shaped by loneliness, curiosity, fear, prestige, testimony, and the relentless machinery of online attention. In that sense, the internet did not create the mystery. It simply gave the old human impulse to turn rarity into destiny the most efficient delivery system it has ever had. By this point, the mystery has become so crowded with claims that the real challenge is no longer gathering more stories, but learning how to stand in the middle of them without being carried away. Rh-negative blood sits in a peculiar zone where fact, fear, fascination, and fantasy overlap so tightly that many people stop noticing when they have crossed from one into another. The trait is real. The medical consequences are real. The population patterns are real. The emotional weight is real. But the larger conclusions so often drawn from those realities are not equally real. This is the uneasy middle ground where the subject now lives not in pure science, not in pure myth, but in the unstable territory where uncertainty invites projection, and projection begins to feel like knowledge. Fear enters first, and for good reason. A blood trait linked to pregnancy risk and transfusion compatibility naturally gathers anxiety around it. For earlier generations, especially before modern preventive care became widespread, Rh-negative blood could seem like a private omen carried in the body. Even now, people may first encounter it through concern, through prenatal testing, through urgent discussions with doctors, through the discovery that compatibility matters in ways they never imagined. That kind of introduction leaves a mark. It teaches the person that something small and invisible in their blood can have enormous consequences under the right conditions. Once that lesson is learned, it becomes easier to imagine that the same trait might carry other hidden meanings as well. Fascination follows close behind. A rare trait feels like a clue. A family pattern feels like a secret. A regional concentration feels like history trying to say something. The simple plus and minus sign carries the elegance of a symbol, and symbols are almost impossible for human beings to leave alone. They beg for interpretation. Rh negative blood becomes interesting not merely because it is uncommon, but because it seems to connect different levels of life all at once. It belongs to the body, to the family, to the map, to medicine, to ancestry, to loss, to inheritance. Few facts travel so easily from the intensely personal to the broadly historical. This makes the subject unusually magnetic. It seems to promise that one small biological feature might illuminate an entire hidden architecture beneath the human story. And then fantasy arrives, not necessarily in the form of obvious nonsense at first, but as enlargement. Perhaps the trait marks not just a demographic pattern, but a preserved people. Perhaps not just a preserved people, but an ancient elite. Perhaps not just an ancient elite, but a hidden line that the official record has failed to understand. Then come the more extravagant additions: lost civilizations, sacred bloodlines, non-human ancestry, extraterrestrial intervention, spiritual distinction. Each step outward is easier than the last because the earlier pieces have already prepared the imagination to expect that the truth must be bigger than the clinical explanation sounds. This is how fascination becomes inflation. A real mystery of scale and interpretation expands until it begins to crowd out the reality that produced it. What makes this especially difficult is that the boundary between caution and wonder is not always obvious. Scholars still debate some aspects of ancient population history. The evidence remains incomplete in parts of the record. Frequencies do vary across populations in ways that invite legitimate historical curiosity. Human beings really do carry the residue of migrations, bottlenecks, and local continuity in their bodies. All of this is true, so the temptation to think there must be one more hidden layer is understandable. If the body can preserve so much of the past in forms we're only now learning to read, then why not more? Why not some half-buried chapter of humanity surviving in the blood? Why not a remnant no official narrative fully recognized? The question is emotionally reasonable. The answer, based on current evidence, remains restrained. This is the hard discipline the subject demands: the ability to let something remain interesting without forcing it to become extraordinary in unsupported ways. Rh-negative blood is already extraordinary enough in the ordinary scientific sense. It reveals how subtle immune recognition can be. It reveals how medical tragedy can arise from tiny biological differences. It reveals how regional population history can leave uneven patterns that survive for centuries or longer. It reveals how quickly a rare trait becomes a vessel for identity. None of that is small, but because it is not dramatic in the mythic style, many people keep reaching past it towards something more sensational. They confuse emotional magnitude with evidentiary magnitude. If the subject feels big, they assume the explanation must be equally grand. Fear complicates this further because fear rarely stays inside its original frame. A woman worried about incompatibility may begin reading about the blood type and find herself led into material suggesting hidden origins. A person who learns they are a rare donor may initially feel simple curiosity and then become exposed to whole symbolic systems attached to that rarity. The subject becomes a perfect bridge from practical concern to larger imaginative territory. And once fear and fascination begin feeding each other, unsupported claims can acquire surprising resilience. A frightening or awe-filled narrative often lodges in memory more deeply than a careful explanation, not because it is better evidenced, but because it engages older emotional circuits. This is also why debunking alone rarely dissolves the mythology. To say that alien ancestry is unsupported or that Atlantean theories lack evidence is correct, but not always sufficient. Those claims endure because they satisfy needs that correction does not touch. They transform uncertainty into identity. They turn the medical into the mythic. They offer belonging, elevation, and sometimes consolation. If a person feels fundamentally different, Rh-negative folklore can provide a ready-made frame in which that feeling becomes meaningful. Removing the folklore without understanding the need underneath it often leaves the person with facts but no narrative, and humans are not very good at living without narrative for long. At the same time, not all fascination is unhealthy or misguided. There is a legitimate wonder in discovering that the bloodstream carries traces of human history, that a tiny antigen can matter in childbirth, that a rare inherited difference can map unevenly across the world and survive through generations that never understood it. There is wonder too in the way medicine solved part of this mystery, reducing suffering through careful observation, immunology, and prevention. There is even a kind of anthropological wonder in watching how quickly people wrap identity around such a trait. The problem is not fascination itself. The problem is what happens when fascination becomes unwilling to stop where evidence stops. One of the most revealing things about Rh-negative blood is how effectively it exposes the human discomfort with incompleteness. We can tolerate uncertainty for a while, but not forever. If science says, "Here is what we know, here is what we can explain, here is where the record remains unfinished," many people hear not intellectual honesty but a gap demanding immediate closure. Myth rushes to fill that gap because myth hates open edges. It offers a whole shape, a resolved picture, a story in which every strange fact finds its appointed place, a rare blood trait, an uneven map, a history of reproductive danger, a sense of personal difference. All of it can be woven into one symbolic tapestry. The tapestry may be unsupported, but it has the great psychological advantage of feeling complete. Science, by contrast, remains fragmentary on purpose. It says this trait is inherited through known mechanisms. It says population structure matters. It says the Rh system is complex. It says some aspects of history are still being refined. It says there is no evidence for the more extravagant claims. This is a harder kind of truth to live with because it leaves room for silence. It does not convert every curiosity into destiny. It does not flatter the carrier with special origin. It simply places the trait within the broader and messier human story. For some people, that is enough. For others, the silence where myth might have stood feels almost unbearable. A lesser-known aspect of this tension is that ordinary people are not alone in wanting more meaning than biology strictly gives. Historians, anthropologists, and even scientists are drawn to patterns that feel larger than life. They too search for continuity, origin, and hidden structure. The difference is supposed to lie in method, in resisting the urge to say more than the evidence allows. But the emotional temptation is universal. The arch-negative mystery is therefore not a contest between rational experts and irrational believers. It is a more human struggle over how much wonder can be responsibly attached to a fact before the fact disappears beneath the wonder. This is where the subject becomes almost philosophical. What counts as enough explanation if a blood trait can be understood genetically, medically, and historically, but still leaves people unsatisfied, then perhaps what they are really seeking is not explanation at all, but existential placement. They want to know how a rare marker in the body relates to the old human fear of anonymity. They want to believe that inheritance carries message as well as mechanism. Rh-negative blood becomes a symbolic testing ground for that desire. Can something be meaningful without being mystical? Can it be rare without making the carrier chosen? Can it connect us to history without turning us into relics of a hidden civilization? These are harder questions than whether Atlantis existed or aliens intervened. They ask not what the blood means objectively, but what humans are trying to ask of it. Perhaps the most honest answer is that Rh-negative blood means several things at once, depending on the level one is willing to stay with. In medicine, it means compatibility, risk, and prevention. In population history, it means inheritance shaped by migration, isolation, and drift. In family life, it may mean stories, worry, remembrance, and the peculiar intimacy of learning that one small trait moves through generations. In culture, it means the persistence of old blood symbolism in modern clothing, and in myth, it means whatever people most fear, long for, or feel has been withheld from them. The mistake is not that all these levels exist. The mistake is treating them as interchangeable, as though the emotional truths of myth could serve as scientific proof, or as though medical reality must be enlarged into cosmic history to remain compelling. There is something almost poignant about the persistence of the larger fantasies. They suggest that modern people, despite living in an age of genomics and data, still cannot quite give up the dream that the body contains hidden nobility, sacred remnant, or buried strangeness. We still want blood to signify more than function. We still want it to carry destiny in a way laboratories cannot measure. Rh-negative blood becomes one of the places where that older longing survives most visibly. The plus and minus signs look so clean, so final, so much like symbols drawn from some deeper code that the mind keeps leaning toward revelation. And yet the more carefully one looks, the more the true mystery shifts. It is no longer what secret beings produced this trait, but why do we continue to build secret beings out of traits we can already describe? It is no longer which lost elite preserved this blood, but why does rarity feel incomplete until hierarchy or destiny has been attached to it? The blood itself remains what it always was, a variation, a medical fact, a historical pattern. The larger fog gathering around it belongs mostly to us. So Rh-negative blood stands now between fact, fear, and fascination, still refusing to collapse neatly into a single meaning. The myths cannot fully survive examination, but the examination cannot erase the emotional charge that made them possible. The science is strong enough to reject the wildest claims, yet not always emotionally satisfying enough to silence them. In that unresolved space the mystery continues, not because the blood conceals a forbidden history that researchers are too timid to name, but because human beings remain what they have always been, creatures who stare at a small sign of difference and feel, almost irresistibly, that it must open into something vast. In the end, the story of Rh-negative blood becomes larger than the trait itself. What begins as a medical distinction, one antigen absent from the surface of red blood cells, slowly expands until it touches almost every layer of how human beings think about themselves. It reaches into childbirth and danger, into ancestry and migration, into family myth, digital folklore, class fantasy, hidden history obsession, and the stubborn old belief that rarity must be trying to tell us something. By the time the subject has travelled that far, The blood type is no longer merely a biological status. It has become a mirror, one that reflects not secret alien ancestors or sunken kingdoms, but the enduring human urge to turn inheritance into meaning. And that urge is ancient. Long before laboratories named blood groups, people are already treating descent as if it were a sacred thread running beneath visible life. They imagine that power survives through lineages, that certain families carry destiny more heavily than others, that invisible qualities pass from parent to child with a force stronger than law or memory. Science changes the vocabulary, but it never fully dissolves that older atmosphere. Instead, it gives the imagination new tools. A rare blood factor becomes one more way to believe that the body contains a hidden archive. Rh-negative blood enters the modern world as data. It stays in the imagination as symbol. The striking thing is that the symbol persists even when the evidence is strong enough to correct the largest exaggerations. Science can explain the Rh factor. It can show how pregnancy incompatibility works, why the trait matters in transfusions, how its distribution varies across populations, and why those variations do not require a lost civilization or non-human ancestry to make sense. It can show that the body's immune system is subtle enough to treat a tiny molecular difference as critically important, and that medicine, through patience and careful intervention, has saved countless lives by learning how to work with that reality. These are not minor achievements. They are profound. Yet they are not the kind of profound that myth usually prefers. They do not flatter the self. They do not crown the carrier with hidden status. They do not promise that the rare trait in the blood is the remnant of an unseen aristocracy moving silently through history. Still, something in people keeps wanting that promise, perhaps because ordinary human life is often too fragmented, too anonymous, too thinly connected to deep time. A rare blood trait seems to repair that thinness. It offers the fantasy that one's body is not simply living in the present, but carrying forward something older and more significant than everyday experience suggests. And in one sense, that fantasy is not entirely wrong. The body really is a record of the past. It does carry migration, isolation, bottlenecks, survival, and inheritance. The mistake is not in feeling that history lives in the blood. The mistake is in demanding that history arrive as a grand revelation instead of the quieter, stranger pattern it actually is. Because Rh-negative blood does carry history, not the history of alien visitations or Atlantean dynasties, but the history of ordinary humans moving through extraordinary conditions, ancestors crossing landscapes they could not map, communities narrowing under pressure and holding together for generations, families surviving famine, war, and disease, mountain populations keeping their marriages local, frontier settlements growing from a handful of founders, mothers and children living at the edge of immunological danger until medicine finally learned how to intervene. All of that is in the story, and all of it is human enough, powerful enough, and strange enough without adding anything supernatural at all. There is a certain humility in that conclusion. Rh-negative blood is not proof that some people stand outside the species, above it, or closer to secret origins than everyone else. It is a reminder that the species itself is already complex enough to generate mysteries that feel almost mythic when viewed from the right angle. Tiny inherited differences can produce real danger, real fascination, and real patterns across the globe. Entire cultural worlds can grow around a minus sign. Online communities can turn a medical detail into a philosophy of identity. Family rumors can harden into private cosmologies. None of that requires deception in the narrow sense. It only requires the old human habit of seeing pattern and then leaning, almost helplessly, towards story. And perhaps that is the final hidden secret here. The deepest mystery is not where Rh negative blood came from. The deepest mystery is why the human mind cannot stop treating blood as though it must carry more than biology. Even now, after centuries of science, blood still feels different from other tissues. It still sounds ancient when spoken aloud. It still suggests belonging, danger, inheritance, memory, violence, purity, continuity. It still seems capable of holding meaning in concentrated form. So when a rare variation appears there, especially one tied to birth and lineage, it almost inevitably gathers legends around itself. The legends may be unsupported, but they are not arbitrary. They grow from something old in us. That is why Rh negative blood remains so compelling. It sits at the border where modern knowledge meets ancient instinct. One side offers classification, mechanism, prevention, and probability. The other offers secret descent, sacred remnant, chosenness, and hidden maps of the self. Most people who encounter the subject stand somewhere between those two worlds, even if they do not realize it. They accept the medicine, they half suspect the mystery, they feel the pull of both. The blood trait becomes a place where science is believed, but symbolism is not surrendered. In the end, then, Rh negative blood is not a key to a lost civilization. It is something more revealing. It is a case study in how human beings make meaning from rarity. It shows how quickly the body becomes a canvas for ancestral longing. It shows how grief, especially around pregnancy and family loss, can leave a symbolic charge that survives long after the mechanism is understood. It shows how geography can tempt us into believing that clustered variation must hide a secret people. It shows how the internet amplifies every old impulse, turning local folklore into global identity. And it shows that the scientific truth, though narrower than the myth, is still wide enough to hold wonder. A small marker, a missing antigen, a minority trait carried quietly through generations. Out of that, people have built noble lineages, hidden orders, extraterrestrial ancestries, drowned kingdoms, spiritual identities, and private revelations. The evidence does not support those structures, but their existence tells us something worth keeping. It tells us that even now, with all our instruments and data, we remain creatures who look at a small difference in the body and feel that it must open into a larger story. We do not just want to know how inheritance works, we want to know what inheritance means. And maybe that is why the mystery never fully ends. The science can settle the mechanism, but not the longing. The blood can be typed, but not emptied of symbolism. The myths can be corrected, but not erased, because they grow from needs older than laboratories. Rh negative blood remains what it always was in biological terms, one variation among many in the human species. Yet in cultural terms it has become something else entirely, a thin red thread leading people backward through medicine, memory, ancestry, fear, vanity, grief, and wonder, always toward the same hope that somewhere inside the body there survives not just history, but significance. The story slows here, at the edge of what blood can tell us and what we keep asking it to carry. Across thousands of years, countless people live and die without ever knowing what moved quietly inside their veins. They cross mountain passes, bury children, survive winters, flee war, marry neighbors, rebuild after hunger, and leave behind descendants who will one day reduce part of that inheritance to a symbol on a chart. Positive, negative, present, absent. It looks so clean when modern medicine names it. but the human road that carried it forward is anything but clean. It is crowded with chance, loss, endurance, and the strange persistence of small things. Our H-negative blood remains, in the strictest sense, only one variation among many, and yet it lingers in the imagination because it seems to stand at the threshold between the measurable and the unknowable. It reminds us that the body keeps records without telling stories. It preserves traces without explaining them. Then human beings arrive afterward, stare at those traces, and begin building meaning around them. Sometimes the meaning is careful, sometimes it becomes extravagant, sometimes it turns into myth because myth is easier to live with than silence. Perhaps that is why this mystery has never quite faded. Not because the blood hides a forbidden civilization or a secret species, but because it places us in front of a deeper and more familiar fact. We are fragile creatures with the desperate instinct to connect ourselves to larger continuities. We want our inheritance to be more than chemistry. We want rarity to feel like a message. We want the body to whisper that our lives belong to some older pattern, something that stretches beyond the short span of one lifetime. But maybe the quieter truth is enough. Maybe it is enough that a tiny difference in the blood can carry the weight of migrations, bottlenecks, family memory, medical danger, and survival. Maybe it is enough that modern science learned to see what earlier generations could only fear. Maybe it is enough that the past survives in us not as a perfect legend, but as scattered, living fragments, a trait here, a face there, a tendency, a risk, a remnant, not proof of secret greatness, just proof that time leaves marks. And so the mystery does not end with revelation. It ends with a more human image, a blood sample under cold light, a name on a family tree fading at the edges, a village once cut off by hills, a mother holding a child who now survives because knowledge arrived in time. A species forever trying to read itself through what it inherits, forever finding that the smallest signs can open into the largest questions. In the end, the blood stays quiet. It is we who keep speaking over it, trying to hear in its silence the echo of where we came from.